distribution, natural gas trading, city gas distribution, LNG shipping, diversifying into hydrogen and renewable energy, and specialty chemicals. Today, GAIL distributes more than 53% of natural gas used in the country to consumers ranging from mega power and fertilizer plants to individual customers. GAIL, recording a rapid financial growth over the years. GAIL has grown organically and established its international presence in multiple key markets and gas trading across varied geographical and price indexations, positioning GAIL amongst the top 10 LNG portfolio marketers globally. All these attributes make GAIL the undisputed leader and preferred partner of choice of gas market in India. customers ranging from mega power and fertilizer plants to individual customers.
management across our operations. Beyond mining, we invest in healthcare, education, skill development, and community infrastructure, creating lasting value for people and regions. As India advances toward becoming a global economic powerhouse, we remain committed to delivering energy with responsibility, innovation, and purpose. Southeastern Coalfields Limited, fueling progress, empowering communities, securing the future.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Times Internet Ecopreneur Awards 2026. My name is Daksh Sethi, and it's genuinely a pleasure to be standing here with all of you tonight. Now, for those of you who may be new to this, the Times Internet Ecopreneur Awards is now in its second edition. What started as an idea to spotlight India's sustainability changemakers has in just 1 year grown into one of the country's most credible platforms for recognizing real environmental impact across individuals, startups, and large enterprises alike. And look, normally I do this alone and all by myself, but I'm not that good a liar. So let's bring out the person who will actually keep this show and me in line. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my co-host for the evening, Prashasti Singh.
Hi, good evening everyone. Very happy to be here. I am your professional icebreaker for this evening, and today together we will be taking you through the Times Internet Ecopreneur Awards 2026. Can we have a big round of applause for all of you? Yes? काफी serious लग रहे हैं आप लोग. Okay, this is going to be a, we are going to be together for some time. तो please थोड़े से अपने spirits up रखते हैं. आज हम यहाँ हैं to celebrate the people and organizations across India who refuse to accept business as usual and actually did something spectacular about it instead. Simple शब्दों में बोले तो हमारा vision है find the people and businesses proving that doing good for the planet and doing good for business can actually go hand in hand. Basically, PNL और planet दोनों साथ में फायदा कर सकता है. आगे बढ़ने से पहले एक quick announcement. We are live right now on the TOI app, the Times of India website, and across TOI's social media handles. So please behave yourselves or not, because देखने वालों का मजा तो उसी में है.
So if you're posting anything tonight, anything at all, and we do hope that we do, use the hashtag Ecopreneur Awards 2026, and don't forget to tag us.
And before we introduce tonight's categories, we owe a proper thank you to the partners who made this evening possible.
Our institutional partner, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, our knowledge partner, Ipsos, our special partners, GAIL and ONGC.
And our partners, SECL, Amba Shakti, Toyota, Watt Power, Roka, and Hero Future Energies, basically the folks who made sure tonight wasn't running on good intentions alone. We'd also like to request all our winners to please take a few moments after receiving your awards to share a brief media bite in the pre-function area. Our team will guide you there.
All right, we've got an incredible evening lined up for you, full of stories that deserve every bit of that spotlight they're about to get. So let's not waste another second. Let's get started.
Yes. 1 second.
It's now time to welcome the guest of honor and our keynote speaker for the evening. Please join me in welcoming our chief guest and keynote speaker, Mr. Ajay Mathur, Professor of Public Policy at IIT Delhi and former Director General of the International Solar Alliance, on stage. To felicitate our chief guest, please welcome on stage Mr. Prasad Sanyal, Group Business Head, Times of India Digital, IndiaTimes.com and What's Hot, and Ms. Predna Mahindru, Business Head, Times of India Digital. Welcome, sir. Please. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Mathur? Thank you.
Mr. Mathur, the stage is yours. Over to you for the keynote address.
Well, what can I say? It's absolutely wonderful to be here with you. I welcome you all to this place where I am also a guest. But it's delightful to be here with all of you who are leading by example. I see not just business leaders or policy specialists, I see architects. I see the builders. Indeed, not only India, but the world's green future. You know, for decades, we were stuck in negotiations, we were stuck with defining limits. You have actually broken that mold. You have actually moved out of the language of limits and moved to the language of what can be done, what is possible. So, to me, during the years I was at the International Solar Alliance, we were focusing on bringing solar energy to the world. And what I learned there is as relevant here, which is that technology is only as good as its deployment. You may have the best technology in the world, but it's only as good as its deployment. And policy is only as powerful as the enterprise that delivers it. We have been very, very successful in moving the technology, both in terms of deployment and also in terms of policy. Why? Because both of these have been at the cutting edge. We have not been afraid to learn, and that is what I admire about all of you. You know, we are facing an unprecedented transformation. Renewable energy is no longer an alternative, it is in fact the mainstream. But as we push towards net zero targets, we are facing a dual challenge. We must decarbonize our existing infrastructure while simultaneously driving green growth, because our growth trajectories are far, far more. For example, I'm told that 50% of our buildings are yet to be built. So we would have an equivalent amount of building infrastructure in the next 15 to 20 years as we have right now. We need to make sure that it is renewable friendly. We in India and in the developing world sit at the center of this dual challenge, that of this stock that exists and of the growth that we also need to address. We are not just a participant in the global green transition, we are where it is tested. If we can scale the technology in India's diverse and price-sensitive markets, we can scale it anywhere in the global south. And if our sustainable manufacturing can meet the demands of 1.4 billion people, while slashing emissions, we set the template for the world. This is why this is not just a national priority, it's a global imperative. Which brings me to this evening's highlight. ecopreneurship. Historically, environmental protection and economic growth were viewed as together a zero-sum game. But that's no longer true. What you have shown, the ecopreneurs in this room have shown, is that we are dismantling that outdated myth. We see you as a new breed of visionary. We don't just see environmental crises like plastic waste, like grid instability, like agriculture emissions as threats, but you see them as untapped market opportunities. I am so pleased that when you look at agricultural waste, you don't see stubble burning, but you see bioenergy and circular packaging. When you look at urban congestion, you don't see pollution, you see the electric vehicle revolution that is enabling us to be different. When we are looking at industrial manufacturing, we don't see unavoidable carbon footprints, we see the frontier of green hydrogen. I just can't tell you how delighted I am that Mr. Bhalla is here with us. He is the person who set us on the path to green hydrogen, and I'm delighted to share this opportunity with him. I see you, ecopreneurs, as the vital bridge between scientific innovation and societal adoption. Because the breakthroughs that we have discovered quietly in labs, we are turning them into products, into services, into business models that every day you and I as citizens can use. Now, to truly accelerate this journey, I think we need to focus on three critical pillars. I would suggest that the first pillar is the acceleration of clean energy. Very, very clearly, and what we've been successful in is large-scale solar farms and massive wind grids. These are essential. These have enabled us to grow in scale. This is what has helped the price of solar cells and wind energy to go down. But equally important is the decentralized agenda. We need rooftop solar, which is happening now. We see microgrids, which are happening now. We see solar-powered cold chains, which are happening now. We need empowered rural communities. By bringing energy production closer to the point at which it is used, we are building a resilient, democratic, and decentralized energy landscape. I would argue that whether it is eco-tech or climate innovation, whether it is clean energy or renewables, whether it is energy storage and battery technology, or ESG consulting and advisory, or carbon management or offsetting, all of these help us accelerate the move towards clean energy. The second area that I'd like to focus on is the circular economy. Because I look at embracing the circular economy as a key to moving ahead. Because today we have an economy in which we go by, if I can use the phrase, take, make, waste. Anything we use, it ends up with a lot of waste. But for a truly circular economy, we need to ensure that we design products so that they are recyclable. We design products so that they're recyclable. We design them so that they can be taken apart and recycled. We can take apart the materials. Nowhere is this more important than in solar cells and batteries. The organizations that we honor tonight are some of those are in circular management and waste management, they are not just protecting our ecosystems. What I'm particularly glad about is that they're unlocking billions of rupees of value from what we once called trash. I look at the circular economy and recycling. I look at water conservation and management. I look at waste to energy solutions, and I see the cash register going clink, clink, clink. The third area that we are focusing on is catalyzing green finance. This is very important because innovation requires capital. As you know, you well know, the journey of an ecopreneur from a prototype to a commercial scale is fraught with what we call the valley of death. We need a robust financial ecosystem spanning every kind of instrument, whether it's venture capital, whether it's green bonds, whether it's blended finance, whether it's philanthropic capital, whether it is guarantees, which is willing to take calculated risks, particularly for early stage deep tech environmental solutions. I think we need these to be able to push the eco-friendly products that we have, which today compete with non-sustainable products. So electricity from solar competes with electricity from coal. A regular shampoo competes with a green shampoo. We need to ensure that the green products find the money to be able to move ahead and win the competition. You know, this occurs in every sector. Whether we are talking of mobility, electric cars are a great example. Otherwise, all of us are fixated with internal combustion engine type vehicles which run on fossil fuels. Whether it is gadgets, whether it's the phones that we talk about, whether it is packaging. We've got green packaging, but far, far more is the plastic-based packaging that we are living with. In food and agriculture, the Chief Minister of Sikkim once told me that he made Sikkim a completely organic state, but in other states, the neighboring state was non-organic and therefore food was cheaper there. People were running to West Bengal to buy foodstuffs. Is that the only way? I would like us to find new ways. We are looking at fashion and textiles. I have seen sustainable textiles, but what I see most when I go out to buy clothes are non-sustainable textiles. This is true of tourism and hospitality. Sure, you have resorts which are eco-friendly, but you also have resorts which are not. This is true of the pharma and life sciences, where you've got green pharma, but you also have pharma which is based on a lot of one-time investment, one-through products. But ecopreneurs cannot carry all this task with them. I look at policymakers, I look at our corporate leaders, I look at our innovators to be able to make a difference. I call on policymakers to continue to create predictable, forward-looking regulatory frameworks which de-risk green investments and incentivize circular practices. We have done it extremely well in the large-scale renewables. We have already achieved it in the solar and the wind areas. I think we are moving towards achieving it in the green hydrogen area. I would like it to be also achieved in things like solar cold rooms, in things like solar pumps, and so on. I would like our corporate leaders to view sustainability not only as a tick mark on a compliance checklist, but to look at it as a core issue of future competitiveness. I would like them to partner with the ecopreneurs to integrate the innovations of the ecopreneurs into the supply chains of tomorrow. And to our innovators and ecopreneurs, I would like them to keep pushing the boundaries. I would not like them to be only focusing on the complexity of the challenges. I assure you, the friction you feel is simply the resistance of the old world giving way to the new. As we prepare to present the awards tonight, let us remember that we are not just celebrating individual successes. We are celebrating a collective movement. Every startup recognized tonight, every sustainable practice implemented by a major institution, every green policy enacted is a building block to a cleaner, more equitable, and in this hot weather, also a cooler planet. To all the nominees and award winners tonight, thank you for your courage. Thank you for all your ingenuity. And most of all, thank you for your tireless commitment. You're proving that green growth is not just a distant dream. It's something which is profitable as well. I request you to help us all by continuing to innovate, to continue to collaborate, and to continue to lead. I thank you for your attention, and I hope that you have a wonderful evening.
Mr. Mathur, that was sharp, honest, and exactly the kind of perspective this room needed tonight.
आपके न्यू ईयर रेजोल्यूशंस, एडवांस टैक्स की डेडलाइन या आपके लेटेस्ट क्रश का मैसेज, इन सब से भी ज़्यादा सीरियसली डिसाइड किया गया है आज का हर अवार्ड बाय आवर एस्टीम्ड जूरी. So before we move any further tonight, there's a group of people whose fingerprints are on every single award we're about to give out, our jury.
Please welcome on stage Rajneesh Sareen, Director, Sustainable Habitat Program, CSE. Blossom Kochar, Clean Beauty Expert. Mr. Bhupinder Bhalla, former Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, and Chair Governance Board, GH2 India.
People Baba, Founder and Managing Trustee, Give Me Trees Trust. And please welcome on stage Ritu Berry, Designer and Sustainability Advocate.
Thank you all so much for your time and diligence. A few of our jury members will also be joining us on stage through the evening to personally present some of the awards. So keep an eye out.
A big round of applause, please, for the jury. All right, take your seats because this stage is about to get very, very busy. Let's get into the awards.
So for the first award category, Green Gadgets and Consumer Electronics. From smart homes to smarter habits, this category is all about the gadgets that are quietly making sustainability actually cool. Please welcome on stage Bhupinder Bhalla, our esteemed jury member to present this award. Sir, please. The award for green gadgets and consumer electronics in the individual category goes to Raman Singhal, founder Halt. Please welcome him on stage with a huge round of applause.
We also request all award winners to please stay back for a group photo later.
Moving to the corporate category, the award for green gadgets and consumer electronics goes to Sun Garner Energies Limited. Please welcome on stage Sumit Tiwari, Managing Director and CEO, Sun Garner Energies Limited. Thank you so much for gracing the occasion. We move on to our next award category, Green Home and Lifestyle Products.
Prove that your living room can look like a Pinterest board and still be good for the planet. That's Green Home and Lifestyle Products for you. Please welcome on stage our esteemed jury member, People Baba, to present this award. Can we request People Baba to please come for the award? He's coming.
All right, in the meantime, we can, I think, move on to the next award category, and we will come back to this one. Okay. Move on to the Packaging Innovation Award category. Every product needs a box, but these winners are proving that a box doesn't have to cost the planet. Please welcome on stage actor, producer, entrepreneur, Manya Pathak to present this award. Please, ma'am. The award for packaging innovation in the individual category goes to G. Devender, founder and managing director of NV Plast Eco Industries Private Limited. Can we have you on stage, sir, please? Thank you. A huge round of applause. Corporate category, the award for packaging innovation goes to Hindustan National Glass and Industries Limited. Please welcome on stage Suraj Mehta, Chief Strategy Officer, and Nitin Gadia, Director, Hindustan National Glass and Industries Limited. Can we have you on stage, gentlemen?
Thank you, ma'am. And coming back to...
You may take your seat. Thank you.
Coming back to the green home and lifestyle products, People Baba is now back. Can we please have, sir, you on stage to present this award? The award for green home and lifestyle products in the individual category goes to Vibhushana Lakshmanan, VB Daily Groups Private Limited. Please welcome her on stage. category, the award for green home and lifestyle products goes to the Bamboo Bay. Please welcome on stage the two founders, Anuj Sagar and Sanchit Goyal.
Round of applause for Anuj and Sanchit.
Thank you all of you. Please, you can take your seat. Sir, you can also take your seat. Thank you so much. दोस्तों तालियां रुकनी नहीं चाहिए. सफर हमारा लंबा है, तो please let's keep the applause coming in. We move on to our next category, sustainable beauty and personal care. Glow up हो जाए और वो भी guilt free. इस फैंटेसी को हकीकत बनाया है हमारी सस्टेनेबल ब्यूटी एंड पर्सनल केयर कैटेगरी ने. प्लीज वेलकम ऑन स्टेज फैशन डिजाइनर वरिजा बजाज टू प्रेजेंट दिस अवार्ड. Thank you, ma'am. The award for sustainable beauty and personal care in the individual category goes to Lalita Jadhav, founder Aranyami. Please welcome her on stage. Moving on to the corporate category, the award for sustainable beauty and personal care goes to Viveda Wellness Retreat Private Limited. Please welcome on stage Pooja Agrawal, Managing Director, Viveda Wellness Retreat Private Limited.
A huge round of applause.
Congratulations once again to all our winners. Again, I request all the winners to please stay back for a group photo later.
Also requesting all the award winners to please take a moment and visit the feedback area, which is right outside the hall. Our team will guide you, and we will also take a quick feedback bite. We now move on to a rather important award category, water conservation and management. Every drop counts, and these change makers are absolutely sure none of it goes waste. Please welcome on stage Kathak legend Shovna Narayan and Abhishek Mazumdar, Director Sales and Marketing, Roka India, to present this award. Ma'am, please. The award for water conservation and management in the individual category goes to Ajay Popat for his exemplary work in building businesses around water treatment, environment management, and sustainability. Can we have you on stage, sir? we have a joint winner in the individual category. Please welcome on stage Prashant Sharma, founder, Positive Action for Child and Earth Foundation. Can we have you on stage, sir, please? Thank you. A huge round of applause for Mr. Sharma. Now move to the corporate category. The award for water conservation and management goes to Radnik Exports Global Private Limited. Please welcome on stage Mr. Akshay Kapoor, Director, Radnik Exports Global Private Limited, to receive this award. A huge round of applause for Radnik Exports Global Private Limited.
Thank you so much. With great power comes great responsibility. पर ये अवार्ड है उनके लिए जो पावर के एब्सेंस में भी अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से नहीं हटे, जिन्होंने दिखा दिया कि अपने मोहल्ले, अपनी कॉलोनी, अपने शहर को बदलने के लिए किसी बड़े ऑफिस या बड़े बजट की नहीं, एक स्ट्रॉन्ग विल की जरूरत है. Please welcome on stage our esteemed jury member, Blossom Coacher and Olympic bronze medalist at the London 2012 Games, Yogeshwar Dutt, to present this award for community-led sustainability. The award for community-led sustainability in the individual category goes to Dr. Hira Lal, Green Election Initiative. Please welcome him on stage. Round of applause, please. We have a joint winner in the individual category. Please welcome on stage Ashok Doke, co-founder and CEO, Serve Care. Sir, can you please have you here? Round of applause, please. The award for community-led sustainability goes to Radnik Exports Global Private Limited. Please welcome on stage Mr. Yogesh Sukheja, Lead Sustainability Projects, to receive the award. Thank you so much, all of you. Cheers to all our winners. Moving on. Please, thank you. All right, we are going to pause the trophies for a bit because it's time for our first big conversation of the evening.
India is racing to become a $30 trillion economy by 2047, while also chasing net zero by 2070. Our first panel asks, whether these two goals are actually in conflict or whether sustainability could become India's single biggest economic opportunity by 2035.
All right, so let's bring them up. Please welcome, moderating this conversation, my co-host Daksh Sethi, founder and CEO of Gooby Rogers Educational Consultant and Serial Entrepreneur, along with our panelists. Our first panelist is Mr. Abhishek Jain, Director, Green Economy and Impact Innovation, CEW. Can we have him on stage, please? Ankit Todi, Chief Sustainability Officer, Mahindra. Bhupinder S. Bhalla, former Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, and Chair, Governance Board, GH2 India. And finally, Siddharth Arora, Associate Director, Renewable Energy, NRDC, India. Can we please have all of you seated here, please?
All right. This is going to be a really interesting conversation, a very important conversation. I think we should, jump straight into it. We're talking about renewable energy. We're talking about India becoming a renewable leader, in the world. So your thoughts on that, and what do you think, according to you, what is the pathway towards achieving net neutrality by 2070?
I think we're on the right path. I hope
We can get the mic a little louder.
Okay, thank you. I think we are on the right path. We've done quite a bit. I was just mentioning, Ms. Narayan was just mentioning on this, how 40 years ago, either 35 years ago, we were talking about what to do. We were thinking of what to do. But now, the world knows that we have a right. And not only that, the world also knows that we are among the fastest growing economies in the world as far as the renewable energy is concerned. So, just to give you a number, last year we added 54 gigawatt of renewable energy in 1 year. And that's about 3 years ago, actually about 4 years ago, it was only about 15 gigawatt in a year. So we literally quadrupled in 4 years. And that's something which is remarkable. And it's not easy to achieve that scale and that pace of growth, but we are doing well. But of course, from now on, we are still only in 2026. When we talk about net zero, we're talking about a target that we set for 2070. And it's not only, just to give you an overall picture, when we say net neutrality, net zero, we want to make sure that, when we emit basically no carbon, as far as net emission of carbon is concerned, it's zero. That's what it means. It's a long way off. We can electrify, electrify our entire energy, whatever we are using, through renewables. But even then, 80% of our, economy would still be needing to be decarbonized. And therefore, from now on till 2070, we not only have to increase the renewables in the electricity generation. Number two, we have to increase the electrification of the economy to the maximum extent, because electrification is the easiest way to decarbonize. And the balanced part of our economy is we have to decarbonize in different ways. Several are there, but yes, I think we are on the right path.
Abhishek, just to follow up on that, how can India become, or at least be on the pathway to become a sustainability exporter to the world?
See, some of this is already happening. I don't know if some of you followed. Just within last 1 year, India has signed contracts, like 2 companies, on exporting green fuels from India to the world. Now, I'm talking about green ammonia, green methanol. Right? This is being exported to Japan. It's being exported to Germany. Now, these are live examples. This is not to happen in the future. You look at textiles. India is anyway a large exporter of textiles, but most of that export is happening to North America and Europe. and the sustainability targets there are only inching up and up. So if you want to not just expand your market, even to retain your market, you need to up your game on sustainability. But one thing I would say, like, there are some areas where we are today doing well, but we need to look over the horizon. The green hydrogen or green ammonia example I gave, a lot of it is sort of gatekept by Chinese technology. The membranes that you need to produce ammonia or hydrogen is actually coming from China, which means that the local value addition is only 36% on that membrane. If you really want to capture all of it, you need to start doing the R&D, innovation and entrepreneurship here in India in order to build the full stack. And there are technologies quite a lot which are over the horizon where we can still have that edge.
That's really interesting. Ankit, just to follow up on that. Are the conversations in boardrooms today shifting from profitability, margins, revenue to sustainability?
So firstly, thank you for having me here. I think I'll just reframe your question to say that, it's not a choice between profitability and sustainability. I think we need to, break this notion and say that sustainability is good for business. And I'm going to give you very specific data, both for cost, revenue, market cap, supply chain resilience. On cost, just taking a simple example, Mahindra's electricity bill is about 800 crore as a group. This would have been 1500 crore if not for renewables and energy efficiency. So that 800 crore of savings in a 30 PE multiple is more than $1 billion valuation. So that's real business value. I'll jump to the revenue side. On the revenue side, our revenues are roughly across the group about 250,000 crore. Increasingly, we have started tracking this number called the green aligned revenue. Are you selling an electric car? Are you selling a green home? Are you selling a renewable power? So sector by sector, what are the green products or services, or in some cases even enablers such as green finance, financing a EV vehicle. So all of these sectors are rapidly expanding, and 20% of the revenue now is green lined largely, and this is growing at more than 2 times, 3 times the core revenue growth of the company. So that transition is happening for the country and for the company. The third thing on the resilience side, in the recent situation, we have seen some fluctuations in the energy cost, etc. There also, all the investments that went into, let's say, solving for, to what Sir's point, electrification, efficiency, renewables, all of them are helping build resilience in the supply chain as well as in our own cost base. So there are multiple benefits depending on what specific problem you're looking at, from either a cost saving, a revenue growth, security and safety of your supply chains, and obviously there's a brand or a non-tangible side of it. So all in all, the point is that how do you make sustainability a strategic business topic rather than looking at it in isolation? I think I'm going to close by just saying that what the Times Group team is doing is also a great example of that. Mainstreaming this conversation is exactly what is needed to, break the notion and say that this is business.
Right. That's quite interesting. So that, which part of, or what kind of innovation in the renewable sector, or what kind of renewable energy really excites you? What do you think is really coming up? And over the next 3 to 5 years, which areas do you really think are coming up big time?
So I think it's not about, for me, it's not about technology. It's not about building big wind turbines or more efficient solar panels. It's more about how the existing system is being utilized. I'll give you an example. Initially, the wind and solar projects were developed in isolation. Later on, hybridization came. And if you see the recent developments, at least by the central regulator, they have now categorized the utilization of transmission network, which is already their existing network, can be utilized by wind and solar because they are complementing each other. Wind in the evening time, solar daytime. So there are solar and non-solar hours which has been now defined, and now you can integrate storage along with that. So there's a concept of firm and dispatchable renewable energy, and I'm sure all the corporates must be aware of that because they need 24/7 clean energy to be 100% clean or green that way. So the innovation in utilization of this asset, the existing asset of transmission, I feel is something India is doing great on that.
So just to follow up on that, the decade is coming to an end. Yes. It's 2030 is around the corner. What, according to you, should be India's next 5-year game or 5-year policy, post 2030?
On renewables, on
sustainability and clean energy, yes.
I think
You know, as I mentioned, my feeling is that renewables we're doing very good. We're doing very well. We will gather pace as we go along. I don't think anybody can hold us back, despite issues regarding transmission, curtailment. You know, those issues are there, but I don't think we can hold us back. I think it's important to now to also look at the other part of the economy. And that's what, as I mentioned, industrial decarbonization, I think, is key to now take forward. There's several ways in which one can do it. Green hydrogen is, for example, one classic way on which we have a very popular method at the moment talked about. You know, you can use green hydrogen to decarbonize refining, fertilizers, chemicals and plastics, and so many, so steel, shipping, I mean, transportation. So the host of sectors in the economy can be decarbonized using just green hydrogen. I'm not even talking about the other ways of decarbonizing the sector. So I think we need to add the industrial decarbonization, the decarbonization of the rest of the economy to our focus on renewable energy. That would be my
Fair
take
enough,
on
fair
it.
enough. Ankit ji, we had a specific question from one of our award winners today. Mahindra has been among India's earliest companies to integrate sustainability into business strategy. What is the next 5-year strategy or business plan and the road forward for Mahindra Group?
Absolutely, sir. We actually, you know, maybe let me start by myself. I actually did not come from a sustainability background. I came from a business strategy background. So the very intention was to make sustainability a core part of business strategy. So we came up with this idea of what we call the planet positive strategy, and there are 4 parts to it. The first part is do everything in your operational control to minimize environmental impact. So energy, water, waste, and every material that you use, be it in a car or a building, how do you use low emission material, recyclable material, easy to recycle material? So that's the first thing, control your operational impact. The second is build green businesses. So the point I earlier made that, you know, sell a electric car, sell a greenhouse, sell a, you know, resort which is green, sell a renewable energy. So build all the businesses which are part of the green transition, because that will help you accelerate, scale, etc. And a lot of it also has to be done by keeping your supply chain a part of it, transforming the entire ecosystem that you're in. The third thing, which is unfortunately not yet a mainstream conversation, but will become a big priority in the future, is the entire climate adaptation conversation. So especially for India, heat is going to be a major risk. So how do you solve for that, both to build resilience for your workforce, but also to again build solutions around it which help navigate that problem. Similarly, the water side of things. So a lot of the climate risk related issues, how do you solve for that? Agriculture is a very big area. How do you protect your farmers? At the end of the day, if they make money, then they buy Mahindra tractors or any farm equipment products. So the idea is that how do you build resilience? That's the third part. The fourth part is that a lot of these things will happen when you have the right policy ecosystem. If you keep looking at it from a lens of doing good, it's harder to scale. The moment you have the right supportive policy ecosystem to convert doing good into doing good business, that is when you will be able to scale. So these are the 4 priorities, how we look about, you know, integrating sustainability.
Right, so shifting from policy and boardroom discussions, I have a general question for Abhishek and then followed by Siddharth. Let's talk about entrepreneurship. So somebody who's, let's say, 20 plus, between 20 to 30, and is looking at starting a startup in the sustainability zone, sector, industry, which is the biggest incentive for this young budding entrepreneur to actually, you know, be all in, take the leap of faith and start something in sustainability?
I think the biggest incentive is that this is one of the fastest growing sectors in the economy. And these are going to be the sectors of the economy if you look into the future. If you want to be net zero, what else would you do but not green, right? So from that perspective, it's huge, but some practical guidance if I were to throw, I would say prioritize businesses which are B2B rather than B2C. Because typically, when we start a new enterprise, we come it from our own experience as a customer, as a consumer. But most of the actual value lies in doing a B2B business. It is easier to crack and would be a lot more robust in terms of actually generating revenue for you. And don't do it assuming that the other side will buy your product because it is morally good to do. Build your product because it is cheaper, it is more reliable, it is better quality, it will attract customers. So don't do sustainability because you feel good about it. Do it because it makes actual economic sense, it makes resource security sense for India. And that goes to the policy point as well. India should not be looking at green because it is good for the planet. It should be looking at green because it builds your strategic resources. It helps you generate jobs. It helps you attract investments.
Siddharth, please.
Yeah, I think I remember one of the concepts which is there in Europe. You make your product from wind energy and you brand it as wind made. So that particular concept I've seen, it's not here in India. It's missing that way. So, and those products are being sold at a premium. So even if you are procuring renewable energy, clean energy, manufacturing your products by that, you can still get premium out of it. But at the same time, the policy at this point in time is not aligned. So maybe we need to work on that and identify the way we categorize that this is a premium product and class apart. So something which is made from renewable energy should also be given some categorization.
That was wonderfully put. Your closing remarks, and this time around, I would not want to keep it like an open question to everyone, but your thoughts and a few words of motivation and guidance for all our award winners today, and also for the people who are watching this live. So that we'll start with you. Abhishek, sorry. Yeah, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I think one is that if you look at India's overall journey as an economic power, emerging economic power, I think there are three big disruptions that are happening today. There is a technological disruption, supercharged with AI. There is a geopolitical and geo-economic disruption, which is completely rewriting the rules of the game as we have known it. And there is a planetary tipping point disruption. What Ankit was talking about, like how the heat stress, how the floods and droughts are changing the way we do our business, the way we live our lives. And I think if you take these three and start responding, green becomes a natural way to respond to many of these simultaneously. And not just, again, green by saying, okay, we will deploy more renewables. There is a lot of play of green in materials that we are almost overlooking today. Whether it is polymers, whether it is packaging, whether it is circularity. And in fact, a lot of energy transition comes from the fundamental materials that we need to deploy. So a lot of new opportunities there in advanced materials, in biomaterials. India generates world's largest biomass feedstock. A lot of it we burn and create air pollution. That is a feedstock to be used for future of materials. There are bioreactors today possible. There is biopolymers, compostable products possible. So I think the opportunity is immense. We just need to change the frame through which we have been looking at the problem. Energy is just one part of it. We need to look at materials also in a big way.
Balaji, your thoughts?
Well, I think to the people who want budding entrepreneurs or people who are already there, I think one needs to look at what we are doing and you should evaluate it saying, are we making a difference? I mean, whatever you do. I mean, you can make soaps and you can make automobiles and you can make rockets. Are we making a difference to the world, to the society in general and to the world? I mean, you can all make money. Money is, I don't think if you're an entrepreneur, if you can find a niche product, and even if you don't find a niche product, even if you find a mass product, you can make money provided you brand it and sell it well, right? But the point, the issue is whether at the end of 2 years or 5 years or 10 years you've done that, or maybe let's talk about when you are 80 years old and you've done that all your life, and maybe you've done it very well, you're very successful. But at that point, I think I would like you to evaluate and say whether I could have done better for the world. I mean, that's the only thing. So whenever you have a choice to make, I think the choice should be such that which should help you kind of answer to yourself at the end of a very long journey on that you've done well and you've done the right thing at the right time. You took a right decision and you followed it up. I think, and it's not necessary that you have to do, everything 100% in whatever you're doing. Even if you make a difference in 20% of what you do, I think that 20% can make a big impact. I think that's the way to look at it.
Beautifully said. Can we make the world a better place for all of us? Ankit?
So I actually would completely resonate with what Sir said. I was about to say something else, but I'm just going to build on what he said. I think the idea that you can actually do good in a way that's good, morally, but also good for business. I think that's an area that sustainability allows you to do. So for anyone who is operating in this space, whether you are selling something, whether you are investing in it, whether you are learning in it, I think there's an ample amount of opportunity that is going to be there. The green transition of the economy is happening irrespective of whatever the geopolitical narrative may be. The moment you take a long-term view, you see that the growth rate, the kind of transition is happening very, very strongly. I am going to, go back to a certain book in a philosophy. There's this book called Ikigai. It's based on a Japanese concept, which talks about, how you, what you're good at, what you're passionate about, what brings value to society, and what also helps you, let's say, solve for things financially. Sustainability and the green transition is a perfect area to work which solves for that. So absolutely, it's a lots of reasons to be optimistic for anyone and everyone who's involved with this space. This is going to be pretty much the mainstream conversation in a few years from now.
I'm sure there's lots of learning for our award winners tonight. Siddharth.
So whatever sir said, I'm sure many of us sitting there must be motivated. And at least on panel 2 are motivated, Ankit and I. So I'll just take a cue for what sir said. And it stitches back to Ankit's initial remark that they saved about 800 crore rupees in terms of energy and electricity. So it's like the cost of renewables is falling down, and you have now storage also. So there is a lot of space in that area. And when, say at 80 years of age, as sir mentioned, if you look back and see whether we have made a difference, I'm sure if you choose the right option today, which is sustainable energy, clean energy, you will definitely say that, okay, I did something good for the environment. I'll close with that. Thank you.
Lovely. Gentlemen, it's been a privilege and an honor to host you tonight. Thank you so much for taking our time. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for our panelists?
Thank you. Thank you.
Before we move forward, we'll quickly go back to our last category. Can we please have Blossom ma'am and Yogeshwar sir back on stage for one more time? We actually have another joint winner in the corporate strategy in community-led sustainability. The award goes to Bharat Soka Gakai. Please welcome on stage Mr. Vishesh Gupta, Chairperson Bharat Soka Gakai, to receive the award.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our award winner.
Thank you. Please, you can take your seats again.
Tonight, we celebrate the change makers who are building a more sustainable future. But what if this celebration was not just a single evening, but the beginning of a year-long journey? At Times Internet, we believe that sustainability is not one conversation. It is many conversations across industries that rarely shape and share the same stage. And this is the time to bring these voices together. We are proud to introduce the Ecopreneur Network, a year-round platform that will convene the leaders, innovators, policymakers, and change makers driving India's green transition across 4 landmark summits, 4 sectors, and 4 cities, all building towards the Ecopreneur Awards 2027. Please turn your attention to the screen as we unveil the vision of Times Internet Ecopreneur Network.
Sustainability isn't a single moment, it's a movement, building all year long. This is the Ecopreneur Network from Times Internet. One network, 4 cities, a full year of impact. It begins in Pune with the Circular Economy Summit, turning waste into worth. Then Ahmedabad, powering what comes next in energy. Hyderabad takes on the built environment and climate tech. And Bengaluru returns to the soil, the water and regenerative agriculture. At every summit, we bring an industry together and celebrate the chain makers leading it forward. 4 summits across the year, all building to one stage, the Ecopreneur Awards. The Ecopreneur Network, 4 cities, 1 year, endless impact. Together, let's build India's green future.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the Times Internet Ecopreneur Network. We now move to the Lifetime Achievement in Sustainability. Some people don't just join a movement, they help build it from scratch. It's time to honor a lifetime of impact. Please welcome on stage our esteemed jury member, Ms. Ritu Berry, to present this award. Please, ma'am. The award for Lifetime Achievement in Sustainability in the individual category goes to Subhi Subramaniam, Subhi Vidya Foundation. Please welcome him on stage.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Subhiji, for gracing the occasion. We have a joint winner in the individual category. Please welcome on stage Dr. Nivedita Sahu, Scientist G representing CSIR, Indian Institute of Chemical Technology. A round of applause for Dr. Sahu.
Thank you so much.
Moving to the corporate category, the award for Lifetime Achievement in Sustainability goes to Jindal Stainless Limited, Hisar. Please welcome on stage Mr. Sandeep Agarwal, Head ESG, Jindal Stainless Limited, Hisar. Another joint winner in the corporate category. The award goes to International Institute of Biotechnology and Toxicology. And to receive the award, may I call on stage Mr. Aditya Arun, Vice President, IIBAT. Congratulations, all the winners.
Thank you, ma'am. You can take your seat.
We now move on to the next award category, Education and Awareness Initiatives. Every movement needs someone spreading the word. This category is for the educators and communicators lighting the way to a greener future. Please welcome on stage Siddharth Arora, Associate Director, Renewable Energy, NRDC, India, to present this award. A round of applause for Mr. Siddharth. The award for Education and Awareness Initiatives in the individual category goes to Mr. Deepak Vishwakarma for Making the Difference Charitable Trust. Please welcome him on stage. On behalf of Deepak ji, I would like to invite Mr. Charanjit Vishwakarma, State Coordinator, Making the Difference Charitable Trust. Moving to the corporate category, the award for Education and Awareness Initiatives goes to Organo ET School. To receive the award, please welcome on stage Ms. Kalyani S. Head at the School of Sustainability. Can we have a round of applause for Ms. Kalyani?
Thank you so much. Sir, you can take your seat. Again, requesting all the award winners to please stay back. We'll have a group picture at the end. Moving on to our next category, from farm to fork minus the guilt trip. That's food and agriculture sustainability. Please welcome on stage Abhishek Jain, Director, Green Economy and Impact Innovations, CEW, to present this award. And the award for food and agriculture sustainability in the individual category goes to Shekhar Shivaji Rao Vichare, founder Horticon. Please welcome in on stage. Thank you, Shekhar, sir. Moving to the corporate category, the award for food and agriculture sustainability goes to Rural Education and Development Society, Jashpur, Chhattisgarh. Please welcome on stage Mr. Rajesh Gupta, President, Rural Education and Development Society. Round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Sir, you can take your seat. Congratulations once again to all our winners. Our next category is youth-led climate action. इनके चेहरे अभी भी इनके ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस की फोटो से मैच करते हैं. मम्मी पापा से शायद अभी भी ये रात के कर्फ्यू पर बहस करते हैं. But that hasn't stopped these young winners from leading climate movements. No pressure on the rest of us. Please welcome on stage Mr. Ankit Tori, Chief Sustainability Officer, Mahindra Group, to present this award. Thank you, sir. And the award for youth-led climate action in the individual category goes to Vaishant Praful Ranadive from Vaishant's Care Earth Foundation. Please welcome him on stage. Huge round of applause, guys. Thank you, Vaishant. Moving to the corporate category for youth-led climate action, and once again, the award goes to the Bamboo Bay. Please welcome on stage the two founders, Anuj Sagar and Sanchit Goyal. Sir, the award, please. Huge round of applause, please.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. You may take your seats.
Thank you.
Ankit.
Thank you, sir.
We now move on to our next award category, Sustainable Supply Chain Solutions. Behind every green product is an even greener supply chain working overtime behind the scenes. Let's meet the ones making it happen. Please welcome on stage fashion designer Reena Dhaka to present this award. Can we have you on stage, ma'am? Please. The award for Sustainable Supply Chain Solutions in the individual category goes to Manav Nambiar from PureChain AI and Sustainable Solutions LLP. Please welcome Mr. Sudhir Nambiar, mentor, PureChain AI and Sustainable Solutions LLP, to receive the award on behalf of Mr. Nambiar. Moving to the corporate category, the award for Sustainable Supply Chain Solutions goes to Hindustan National Glass and Industries Limited. To receive this award, please welcome on stage Mr. Suraj Mehta, Chief Strategy Officer, Hindustan National Glass and Industries Limited. A round of applause for our award winner. As India works towards becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047, the big question isn't just how fast we grow, it's what actually powers that growth. Coal, gas, biofuels, renewables, and green hydrogen are all competing for capital and grid space. This panel gets into which of these will define India's energy future and who's willing to commit to it first.
All right, let's bring them up. Please welcome, moderating this conversation once again, my co-host Daksh Sethi, along with our panelists. Our first panelist is Mr. Ayush Gupta, Director, HR, GAIL Limited. Deepak Balani, Director General, Indian Sugar and Bioenergy Manufacturers Association. Mr. Akshat Goyal, Managing Director, Amba Shakti Group. And Mr. Devesh Garg, Chief Commercial and Sales Officer, Runner Renewable Energy. Please, with a huge round of applause, let's welcome our panel on stage. Can we please have Mr. Ayush Gupta, Mr. Deepak Balani, Mr. Akshat Goyal and Mr. Devesh Garg on stage. Mr. Ayush Gupta, Mr. Deepak Balani, Mr. Akshat Goyal and Mr. Devesh Garg. Checking if you're in the room.
All right, I'm sure they are on the way, and as soon as they join us, they will join the panel. Okay, they're here. Please. Wherever, please. I'll take that one. So, yeah, maybe you can come this side. Yes. Hi, sir, please. Can we get a mic? I'll take this one. All right. All right, so from a panel of 4, we are down to a fireside with 2 of our senior folks from the industry. So we'll keep a very simple question to begin with. We're talking about Viksit Bharat 2047. We're talking about net neutrality. We're talking about a lot of other things. What's the ideal roadmap, for a Viksit Bharat 2047 from a sustainable perspective? So.
Yeah, thank you. See, for sustainable Bharat by 2047, there are many dimensions to it. And one of the important is the environment sustainability and the energy self-reliance. So if we see today a lot of dependency on the LNG, and we have witnessed during this war how we suffered, or how the whole world suffered, not only we. I'll just give you a few statistics so that you can see how we are going to be, or how these environmental challenges can turn into the economic opportunities for the nation. If I talk about the CBG itself, so India produces close to 600 million tons of the agri-residue waste and millions of tons of the municipal solid waste. If we convert these two only into the energy, then as per the plan of the government, if we set up 5,000 plants of 20 TPD each by 2030, 20 ton per day capacity, and they run at 80% of the capacity, then this residual and the municipal solid waste will create or will generate around 40 billion standard cubic meter of the natural gas or the methane gas equivalent to the natural gas. And our current domestic production of the methane in India is 34 billion unit only. It means this is more than the domestic production. If we produce this only, then how it is going to help us in, one, the improving the rural economy. The good part of the CBG is the rural economy. If the rural economy improves, then the development happens fast, because it's complete circular economy for the rural chain. Okay. And then dependency is minimized on the imports of the LNG, fossil fuel consumption reduces, LPG cylinder consumption reduces, okay, and a lot of empowerment to the rural farmers with respect to the income of the waste through the waste, environmental sustainability, because we are consuming this waste which is being burned, and all the lights can echo my sentiments, like from November till January or October to January, we remain almost in a hell chamber. Okay, so this is going to save that, improving the economy. If the rural economy improves, the country develops. So this is what I feel.
Does that necessarily also help us in export of sustainability, of sustainable energy for India?
See, because India is not having any legacy with respect to CBG. Okay, the way IT exploded, a lot of the resources going from here. Now the way the CBG technology is coming up in India and we are developing this technology, I can say proudly with Gruner, we have stabilized the technology, we have standardized the technology, and now our plants are like we are fully capable to give the guarantee of 100% rated output or even beyond 100%. So we can export this technology. We are manufacturing equipment here in India. We can export to the other countries, the Asian countries or the nearby countries. Then this is going to help us to generate the revenue.
So your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think enough has talked about the energy security, and there can be no doubt that energy security is going to be one of the pillars for a Viksit Bharat 2047. There's no doubt about it. But in my view, it's a multi-dimensional thing. It's not much beyond the energy security if you have to talk of really Viksit Bharat 2047. Energy security is one part, but then even on the, if I talk from a purely human angle point of view, it is also about changing the mindset of the entire country or the population in terms of how do we look at the things, how do we really have that pride in our nation, in our systems and processes, whether it is the governance, whether it is the issues like basic issues like cleanliness, if we talk about, how do the manufacturing industry grows, how do we, at one time we were talked about being as leader in the service industry, now so many GCCs being coming, how do we cater not just to the needs of the country but to the needs of the entire world and be the universal leader across the globe is something which will really make India achieve the dream of Viksit Bharat, and Viksit Bharat is a Bharat which will be the, each and every country will look towards Viksit Bharat India or Viksit Bharat towards the value system, towards the manufacturing, towards catering to the service needs, whether it's the manufacturing or automobile manufacturing or pharmaceuticals or other things. So that is what I feel, that is what the broader dream of Viksit Bharat 2047 is, which is self-reliant, which is giving the value system to the world, which is one of the leading countries across the world, which each and every other country, whether it is developed or underdeveloped or developing country, will look forward to and they would like to shake hands with pride with GAIL. That is what I believe will be the true Viksit Bharat.
Well said, sir. Deepak ji, we were only talking about our opening remarks on Viksit Bharat 2047 and what, in our opinion, is the roadmap towards achieving that from a sustainable standpoint. So your thoughts on that?
Thank you. And thank you for having me in your wonderful event. Must compliment the team for putting up such a beautiful event. I come from the sugar industry, and we have a huge responsibility and also an opportunity as a country to be energy secure, energy independent. What I hope that by 2047, we as a country will achieve 100% energy independence. What I mean by energy independence is that we don't have to depend on any other country. For example, we've seen what has happened to the West Asia crisis. Suddenly something happens and we are in our own issues. Similarly, challenges are many. So we must depend on our own manufacturing. And I believe we have, as a country, huge biomass. So we are blessed as a country, not like Middle East. They can't use anything other than the fossil fuel. We as a country with so much of biomass must try to utilize our inherent advantage. And I believe the bioenergy, the biofuel has a huge opportunity. We as a country, there are multiple solutions we will have to look into. Large country being EV is important, but we'll have to see that we also become independent in terms of lithium and batteries. By encouraging EVs, we should not really shift the goal from one country to another. But having said that, there are a lot of work being done on EVs as well in indigenous technologies. But I believe we have to follow a multi-pathway clean mobility solutions. In that, I believe biofuel is very important. EVs are very important. Ethanol being the very important driver as of now, 20% almost. And going forward, we will have CBG. and green hydrogen as well. So we have to have at least 50 to 70% share coming out of the biofuel, and rest can be EV and multiple other solutions.
If I can just add two more things to the earlier thought of Viksit Bharat, and which are two very important aspects which I left out. One is how do we make sure that every citizen is at least above the poverty line? How can we handle because we are the biggest population, so how do we take along every other citizen in the growth journey of Viksit Bharat will be important. And another important thing which we come across every day is how do we improve our healthcare services, because healthcare still is not that affordable to every citizen of the country. So how do we make it more affordable for everyone in the country, along with the thoughts of how do we, when we are achieving energy security, we also have to ensure that we are able to achieve our net zero targets to make it more sustainable and affordable for everyone. So energy comes along with affordability. So how do we ensure the affordability part of it is also critically important?
There was a point on the Middle East crisis and how it sort of impacted the entire globe all of a sudden. Is that a wake-up call for a huge country like India, where dependency on fuel is so much? So at a policy level, what were the changes, or what are the changes that are now coming along through PSUs, through the private sector at a policy level? So I would love to know your thoughts on that. And I think we can then move on to all the other panelists as well.
Yeah, I think very valid questions, Naik. While I would say and appreciate that a lot of efforts have been put up by the government, the central governments, to develop the CBG sector, because Sir said about the affordability. So this CBG is the sector which, not only produces the energy, but also, create the wealth for the poor people in the rural areas, because this entire business is rural centric. And if we buy the residue and the municipal solid waste and all, it is, becoming a source of revenue for the rural people. And when the source of revenue becomes, they become empowered to spend more, better life, better health, better education. Coming back to the topic of challenges, yes, there are a lot of work have been done by the government, but it's still a long way to go. Like, for example, to ensure that CBG runs or at a pace which government desires. The land parcel is one of the issue. Single window approvals. Feedstock security is also an issue. Okay, today I am getting a feedstock, but tomorrow, some union may come up and suddenly the plant's 100% dependency is on the feedstock. So some policy should come on the feedstocks. Then the policy, the government should support it, like getting the plant or project financed by the nationalized banks or the cooperative banks at a reasonable rates. Today it is, very cumbersome to get the project finance for the CBG without the collaterals. And another important part is the FOM, the education and the awareness about the fermented organic manure, which is very, very good compost for the soil health. Today we are using urea. If we use the FOM, it not only improves the health, it improves the yield of the soil, from the soil also. So a lot of awareness is to be created. Today farmers are not aware. This can happen through the policy making and bringing the fertilizer companies on board and making sure that they create awareness, or they sell along with the urea, the FOM and the LFOM being generated into the CBG plant. And the carbon credit monetization policy, it should be very clear. As of today, we are dependent on the foreign players. So if few, small irritants are addressed with respect to the awareness and single window approvals and the feedstock security, this sector is going to explode in trillion-dollar economy and at least 1 million, minimum 1 million of employment for the people by 2030.
Deepakji?
See, basically, government has done phenomenal in terms of policies as far as the biofuel is concerned. Imagine that during the West Asia crisis, if we are doing 20% blending with ethanol, we basically are reducing our imported by 1/5 as far as the petrol requirement, and that's a huge thing. Why we have been able to cushion, ideally, if you take with respect to the increase in the crude cost, the crude per barrel cost, the spot prices reached to a level of 140, 150. Ideally, if you convert that to the refining and the cost increase should have been almost 30 to 40 rupees per liter. But government, perhaps we were the only country, if you compare with all other countries and even neighboring countries, we were able to cushion it significantly and have a very minimal pressure on the consumer. And primarily because 1/5 of our fuel is indigenous. So we must complement these kind of a policy. 20% blending, starting majorly from 2018 and reaching at 20% was a huge thing. But going forward, there has to be a policy clarity, policy continuity, a very well policy. Example, E85 being launched by government, by OMCs. We have flex fuel vehicles. Going forward, we can perhaps divert all our ICE engines to flex engine. We need a lot of policy clarity, policy changes in terms of promoting our better fuel systems. Going forward, as my co-panelist said, CBG. CBG is a very big game changer. Samarth mission, Satat mission has been very successful. Government is now planning to come with a new revived Sampoorn scheme which will give a lot of impetus to the CBG production and CBG consumption in the country. Going forward, aviation is a very big sector where a lot of decarbonization needs to happen. And there is a mandate by International Civil Aviation Organization to decarbonize the aviation industry in terms of reducing the carbon emission. So sustainable aviation fuel coming out, and there is a mandate of starting 1% blending next year to the extent of 5% blending. So there has to be a similar policy program like an ethanol program by the government, whereas there has to be an off-take guarantee, there has to be a pricing mechanism. Every stakeholder has to come together and start production. There needs to be investment. A lot of these policy push are being done, but I believe there has to be an urgency in the way the government has to bring more conducive policies, so that all these solutions are rolled out and available for the consumers and available for the industry overall.
So your thoughts on this?
See, coming from an oil and gas sector, and we are talking of West Asia crisis, first thing I would say, the way the entire issue has been handled by India as a country, including the government, and the efforts that have been made to, as my co-panelist said, minimize the impact on the consumers has been really very great. Being part of some of the discussions, I can say at the policy level, at the execution level, at the monitoring level, at each and every, even at the smallest district level meetings, and the way citizens' convenience has been seen, a great effort has been made. And like many other things are, like there was an opportunity. Within the crisis, it always gives an opportunity to us to look back and see what needs to be strengthened. How do we make sure that we don't end up in a similar situation in the times to come? So a lot of policy changes, quick, within hours the policies were being made, even so for say expansion of city gas distribution networks. Companies used to struggle in getting permissions from the state level or the district level. Overnight the gazette notifications were there, permissions were given, facilitations were made, LPG stocking and duplication of connections, and so many control measures were made that helped us to deal with a crisis in a very, very effective manner. And the way now the approach of the government is definitely a big push is there towards diversifying the sources of energy, whether it is from CBG, whether it is from import from multiple sources, whether it is looking for alternate fuels like hydrogen, or in terms of even on renewable energy. So that every other source of energy is going to be there in Viksit Bharat in the times to come, whether it's CBG, whether it's natural gas, whether it is fossil fuels, even coal and renewable. Every form of energy is going to be there in the Indian energy basket. And that is what will make our economy stronger in terms of dealing with any crisis like this. And that is where the policy push of the government is there, where the facilitation to the industry and the common citizen is there. I think that's the right approach being taken up by India.
Akshayji, thank you so much for joining us. There was a question earlier in the panel discussion that we had, which was around your thoughts on Viksit Bharat 2047.
Right.
How do we look at sustainability and the overall eco space, growing, and what is the roadmap according to you towards achieving net neutrality and Viksit Bharat 2047 from a sustainability standpoint?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Your opening thoughts on that, your remarks on how and what should ideally be the roadmap towards achieving Viksit Bharat 2047 from a sustainability standpoint?
See,
going from a sustainability point of view, I think government and industry will together need to work very closely, and there will need to be a clear roadmap from the government side which the industry can follow. Taking example of the E20 program, when the government rolled out a proper clear roadmap for E20 vehicles, it was supposed to be achieved by 2030. But because the industry is already there and they fast tracked it, we achieved the same goal in 2025. There are a lot of entrepreneurs in India, and the industries are more than ready to take part in any initiative that the government brings our way. It's just that the frameworks need to be clear enough, and the incentives have to be there for the industries to follow.
So sustainability today has become a pretty cool thing to do, or to get into, to venture into, right? I'm doing something around sustainability. Everything is eco-friendly. A lot of new entrepreneurs are getting into the market. They want to do something around sustainability and make something eco-friendly. It could be a product, could be a service. But are we attracting enough talent pool towards PSUs and the private sector to join the field of sustainability, or to join companies which are leading in environmental, they have, for example, ONGC. What kind of policies are we working around attracting the new talent coming out of universities towards getting into a field like sustainability and ONGC? It's not just from a PSU standpoint, but from a private sector standpoint as well.
I believe in terms of attracting the talent towards whether it is oil and gas sector or towards the sustainable career options in terms of in the field of sustainability, it's not a big challenge in terms of attracting the people to join the company. The greater challenge is to retain them in those roles. The challenge is people are ready to join. Another challenge which is there is many of these installations and plants are coming up in a remoter areas. So getting people to work in those remote areas for long is another challenge which companies are facing, for which we are trying to have better policies, better systems, taking care of their requirements in terms of children education, healthcare. Because going from a city area to a remote area, first challenge people face is healthcare. Second is in terms of education of their wards, and third is, which is the critical problem for younger employees, is in terms of employment of their spouses when they get married. So how do you deal with these three problems? If you are able to take care of these three things, I am sure you will be able to retain them for a longer period, and that is what we are trying to do with different kind of policies and systems, where we support their children also, where we support their spouses also, and take care of their own career ambitions. That is what we are trying to do.
I would like the fellow panelists to also have their thoughts on this.
Yeah, I have
I'm sure everybody has their own experiences around this.
Yeah, unique experience here, as we all must be experiencing the change in the society, especially for the marriage age now. In our time, when I'm 55 plus, like in our time, 23 used to be the marriageable age. Today it is 30 plus. And what we realized in this sector, which sir said, exactly the same problem we were facing. Getting the talent pool and making them to stay at remote locations. But two things we did not face, like the family and the education. So that's why we realized, and we hired, young chefs from the different institutes, and more than 600 GETs we hired, and we are grooming them at a different locations from the day one, so that their mindset is completely tuned towards these aspects, okay, and they are not polluted from the external glittering words. Okay, this is one. And second, we found like what we are, day one we are giving an orientation that how you are going to make an impact into the society by serving here, besides, generating or a source of income for you. So our workforce is, in my company at least, we have more than 1,000 plus employees, where 600 plus guys are less than 25, okay, below 25. And they are, contributing phenomenally. They are committed, dedicated. Of course, their tantrums are there, which we all are experiencing. And you must be putting tantrum at your home.
Some of them may be sitting outside there.
Okay, but this is the advantage also, their energy level, their thinking, And they come out with out-of-box ideas and very innovative ideas. And these are the challenges, of course, but we have tried to mitigate them by providing the basics, facilities and the assurance of taking care of their well-being.
So please.
As a sugar industry, we primarily are located in rural areas. And we also take a pride in the fact that our attrition level in our industry is minimal. We have a huge ecosystem to work with. We have people from across the villages, smaller towns. We have a farmer economy because every mill works with almost 50, 60,000, 70,000 farmers. So there the attrition, we don't have that kind of a challenges which normally another industry will have. But having said that, we need to also educate people, educate youngsters onto the kind of changes sustainability brings to the lives of people. For example, our industry, we make sugar, but apart from sugar, there are so many things which needs to be told. For example, molasses, there are biofertilizers, there's a renewable energy, sustainable aviation fuel. So these new things attract a lot of youngsters. So I believe more awareness, I think, needs to be made so that, the young talents are attracted. And also, I believe how to retain them is also a challenge. I believe there has to be a continuous upgradation. Reskilling is very important. I believe that is the core, and if that is done, I believe the youngsters are very smart. They catch on to the things very faster.
Sir, anything on that?
Yeah, I think just building up on that, I feel the youngsters are just looking for something, a place where they can grow. And one thing is very clear, that sustainable energy is here to stay and it's the future. So, it's not that hard to attract the youngsters, saying that, okay, come with us, work with us towards building a greener and a more efficient tomorrow. So I think that's all it takes to get the youngsters on board.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for gracing the occasion. It's been a privilege and an honor to host you today. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for our panelists? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Every great movement begins with a shared vision. Tonight, we are taking the next step in India's sustainability journey. Again, like once I said, we are proud to introduce the Ecopreneur Network, a year-round platform connecting leaders, innovators, policymakers, and changemakers through the landmark summits across 4 sectors and 4 cities, leading up to the Ecopreneur Awards 2027. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please turn your attention to the screen as we unveil the vision of Times Internet Ecopreneur Network.
Sustainability isn't a single moment, it's a movement, building all year long. This is the Ecopreneur Network from Times Internet. One network, 4 cities, a full year of impact. It begins in Pune with the Circular Economy Summit, turning waste into worth. Then Ahmedabad, powering what comes next in energy. Hyderabad takes on the built environment and climate tech. And Bengaluru returns to the soil, the water and regenerative agriculture. At every summit, we bring an industry together and celebrate the changemakers leading it forward. 4 summits across the year, all building to one stage, the Ecopreneur Awards. The Ecopreneur Network, 4 cities, 1 year, endless impact. Together, let's build India's green future.
All All right, moving on to our next category of awards. What goes around comes around, quite literally. In this category, please welcome on stage astrologer and motivational speaker, Mr. Jay Madan, to present the award. Thank you so much, ma'am. All right, the award for circular economy and recycling in the individual category goes to Hardik Panchal, CEO and founder, Hardyplast. Please give him a huge round of applause. Category, the award for circular economy and recycling goes to EcoWill. To receive the award, please welcome on stage Mr. Gaurav Agrawal, COO, EcoWill. You can take your seat. Thank you so much. Guys, enthusiasm kam nahi hona chahiye. We're celebrating the best in your industry. Let's keep it going. A big congratulations to all our winners. Please stay back for a group photo later.
We now move on to our next award category, Enterprise Sustainability Transformation. Big businesses come with even bigger responsibilities. And these enterprises are proving that transformation is possible even at scale. Please welcome on stage singer Shibani Kashyap and key member of India's 1983 Cricket World Cup winning team, Mr. Madan Lal. The award for Enterprise Sustainability Transformation in the individual category goes to Manikavali Arumang, Founder Director at Adimall Digital Marketing Services for Women. Let's give her a round of applause. To the corporate category. The award for Enterprise Sustainability Transformation goes to Uttar Pradesh Metro Rail Corporation Limited. To receive the award, please welcome on stage Sheel Kumar Mittal, Director Finance, UPMRC. Can I have a huge round of applause for Mr. Sheel Kumar Mittal. We have a joint winner in this corporate category, and the winner is Integra Software Services Private Limited. To receive the award, please welcome on stage Mr. Ritesh Mishri, Vice President, Key Account Management, Integra Software Services Private Limited. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Sir, ma'am, you can take your seat. We move on to our first special recognition for this evening. Manufacturing at scale without wrecking the planet sounds simple until you actually try it. This next honoree pulled it off anyway. To present the Sustainable Manufacturing Excellence Award, please welcome on stage our esteemed jury member, Mr. Rajneesh Sareen. And the Sustainable Manufacturing Excellence Award goes to Amba Shakti. Please welcome on stage Kamal Goyal, Chairman and Managing Director, Amba Shakti. He's a prominent name in India's TMT steel bar industry, and with a strong focus on quality, innovation and infrastructure development, he has played a key role in strengthening the company's position as a trusted manufacturer in the construction ecosystem. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Thank you so much. Sir, you can also take your seat. Thank you so much.
We now move on to our next award category, Sustainable Fashion and Textiles. Style that doesn't cost the earth, literally. Let's celebrate fashion's greener side. Please welcome on stage Swati Mehrotra, co-founder Swati Modo Creations, to present this award. Can we have you on stage, Swati? The award for Sustainable Fashion and Textiles in the individual category goes to Amra Arora, CEO Amra Craft. Please welcome her on stage. Congratulations, Amra Craft. We move on to the corporate category. The award for Sustainable Fashion and Textiles goes to Maheshwari Textiles. Please welcome on stage Mr. Pankaj Rathi, owner Maheshwari Textiles, to receive the award.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. You can take your seat. Moving on to the next category. इस खूबसूरत दुनिया को देखें, घूमें, जानें, and that too without leaving the planet worse than you found it. Revolutionary concept, apparently. Please welcome on stage Ms. Rita Gangwani, Army veteran, personality transformation and international pageant coach, national awardee, to present this award.
A round of applause.
And the award for Sustainable Tourism and Hospitality in the individual category goes to Andrew Lewis, founder and director, My Local Dost, MLD Eco Tours Private Limited. Please welcome him on stage with a huge cheer and a round of applause. Moving on to the corporate category, the award for Sustainable Tourism and Hospitality goes to Raffles Udaipur. Please welcome on stage Ms. Prarthna Sati, Assistant Director of Sales, Raffles Udaipur, to collect this award. Thank you, ma'am. You can take your seat.
Leading from the front and leading green. This one is for the women reshaping the sustainability landscape, one enterprise at a time. Please welcome on stage Richa Chadda, actor and producer, to present this award.
Guys, we've got to know that Richa is taking a minute. Meanwhile, she's here. Okay, guys, can we have Richa Chadda on stage, please?
A huge round of applause for Ms. Richa Chadda.
Woo!
Passionate advocate for sustainability and climate awareness, using her voice to champion environmental responsibility on and off screen. As the Goodwill Champion of the All Living Things Environmental Film Festival, she promotes the power of storytelling to inspire climate action. Her commitment extends to conscious consumption, sustainable presenting and parenting, home gardening, and climate change, pollution and ecological responsibility. Richa has become a trusted voice for a greener and a more sustainable future. Ma'am, thank you so much for joining us. Can we have a huge round of applause for Ms. Richa Chadda? The award for Women-Led Green Enterprise in the individual category goes to Jaipal Reddy and Hemalata Reddy from Hykens Renewable Private Limited. Please welcome them on stage with a huge round of applause. Corporate category, the award for Women-Led Green Enterprises award goes to UKHI India Private Limited. To receive the award, let's welcome on stage Priyanka Chauhan, co-founder, UKHI India Private Limited.
Can we have a round of applause, please?
We have a joint winner in the corporate category, and the award goes to Hero Future Energies. To receive the award, please welcome on stage Bhumika Pathak, Assistant Manager, Human Resources, Hero Future Energies. A huge round of applause for Ms. Bhumika Pathak.
Sustainability conversations solutions don't always come from boardrooms and policy papers. They sometimes come from people who use their public voice to shape how millions think and act. It's now time for our next fireside chat, Beyond the Spotlight, Richa Chadha on Sustainability and Change, where we explore how influence, purpose, and action can come together to drive meaningful change. Please welcome for a fireside chat my co-host and moderator, Daksh Sethi, along with our very special guest for the evening, Ms. Richa Chadha. Can we have a huge round of applause to start this off, please?
Hello, everyone.
Thank you so much for joining us, Richa. Just to have an opening thought on sustainability as the road forward. We are talking about Viksit Bharat 2047. Some opening remarks and thoughts on that.
I think sustainability, the word itself is self-explanatory. It means something that can be done long term. So any business today that is not taking climate or waste into account will at a later date, I think, have to pay a price, or then common people will pay a price for in the form of like plastic pollution, microplastics, water contamination, etc.
What has your journey been like around environment causes, your affection towards, these kinds of problems and awareness? There are a lot of campaigns that you run as well. So where did it all spark from? Where does it really stem from?
I'm actually from Delhi, and I moved to Bombay, of course, about 18 years ago. And since then, I feel like, when we were in school and college, there was a lot of green cover. And I remember I was still a student when Sheila Dikshit had apparently increased the green cover of Delhi by 300%. I think that really made a big difference to me, because when we were studying, I was studying in North Campus where the ridge is, and it was really wonderful to see either monkeys or rare birds around the North Campus area. And I think it's so important for all of us to have clean air, clean water. These are not luxuries. This is actually a birthright. We are the only species that has to think about this. And we are the only species that is making it difficult for other species to survive. So much so that today we are faced with an existential threat to our own survival as human beings. So this is something that I think sooner or later we all have to realize, and we have to make a livable world for our children.
What are the little changes that you've adopted at a personal level, in your, which have sort of, or will help you towards living a more sustainable, a more environmentally sustainable lifestyle?
I think the little changes that I think we should all adopt, and first of all, I'm very happy that this is happening in a hotel that is not serving plastic water bottles. Kam se kam mere kamre mein to nahi hai. So I think very good, because that's a very big thing. I think single-use plastic, the world doesn't know what to do with plastic, what to do with it once it's over. And I think at some level it's unfair that you can finish a packet of chips in 5 minutes and the packet itself will not decompose for 1500 years. You can use a cream that will give you glow for 1 month, but that packaging of the cream will not decompose for 3000 years. God knows where you and I or the human species will be in 3000 years. So this is a design flaw. Everything we buy today comes in plastic. And this was not the case when my parents were growing up, when your parents were growing up. So what has changed? So we really must start asking tough questions, because an average Indian at the end of a month is consuming something like 5 mg of plastic. It's ending up in your blood. They found it in the placenta. So you can imagine the levels of contamination. And I think if we have to survive, and if we have to truly be a healthy nation, not just a prosperous nation, we have to take cues from countries that have found biodegradable variations like bamboo, like banana, banana peel. There are so many solutions in nature. We have to find it. And plastic is like the waste product of petrol. So, yeah, technically, scientifically. So we are eating from that. We are drinking water in that. It's entering our bloodstream and affecting our decision-making capabilities. So apart from this, I do a lot of gardening. I grow some of my own food. I have a little terrace in Bombay. Yeah, I'm very proud to say I haven't opened a single plastic bottle in ages. That's the only thing I can avoid doing because almost everything, atta, dal, everything comes packaged in plastic. That I can't help. But yeah, as far as possible, for me, for my family, I have removed plastic from our lives.
Can we have a round of applause for that? I'm pretty sure we all are guilty of opening that single-use plastic bottle at least
No,
once a
I
week.
want to say it's a very selfish act. I'm doing it for my family, so please don't applaud me.
All right, we'll take that back in that case. But I'm sure this is a good habit to adopt. Even I try to use my own water bottle if I'm traveling out. And I think these are little steps, little things that we all can adopt in our own lifestyles to make it a better world to live in. Coming from the cinema background, what role do films and technically storytelling play in the lives of the ordinary man in moving towards a sustainable lifestyle?
I don't know. Ask the ordinary man. I don't know what role films play. But I think at least in our culture, in the Hindu pantheon, all our gods are represented by nature. Lord Indra is the god of rain. Lord Varun is the god of water. So we should take cues from our own culture and start to respect nature. The peepal tree is worshipped. The banyan tree is worshipped. What is the reason for that? These trees are life-giving trees. There were lots of trees like Palash and Mahua, which were destroyed by the British colonialists because they recognized how valuable these trees are. The fruit, the flower of the Mahua tree, the alcohol from the Mahua tree was very valuable. The British thought it will give competition to the Irish whiskey, so they cut them all down. So we have a lot of work to do, and we have to do it selflessly. For the older people in the audience have to plant trees जिसकी छाया के नीचे वो लोग नहीं बैठ पाएंगे, but the future generations will. So you have to start thinking like that and acting like that today.
Very well said. What is your role as the goodwill champion of all living things environmental film festival?
Well, that's a new film festival, and they are actually trying to tell stories of climate change, climate displacement, migration due to climate. And I'm sad to say that in our lifetime, we'll see many more such stories because this is becoming a reality. When I was growing up in Delhi, there was never, I didn't know the word AQI. Why has it happened in the last 10, 12 years? We must ask ourselves these questions.
Green entrepreneurship, is the talk of the town. It's also become a cool word. So for all the budding entrepreneurs, businesses now shifting into green entrepreneurship, how can it play and be a more substantial building block towards sustainable India?
First thing I want to say that India really is taking giant leaps in this regard, whether it's finding material that is bioavailable, bio-ready material like bamboo, banana peels, etc. that I already mentioned. And also for businesses long-term to look at renewable sources of energy like solar panels, maybe themselves the solar panels, the way they are constructed, we need to do some research on the plastic component of even solar panels. But when you start to really work with nature, you realize that nature has a lot of resilience, a lot of ability to regenerate, and that's something that I think all business owners can put to good use.
I have an interesting fact over here. You and your husband, Ali Fazl, planted trees in the names of your friends from the media fraternity to celebrate your daughter's birth. What inspired you to do this?
See, the option was to give one hamper with which people will eat and then get fat. I don't know. But like full of sugar or junk food or something savory in the moment. But a tree is a gift for my daughter. and is a gift for you, and is a gift for you, and is a gift for you, and for your kids, and for their kids' kids. So I thought, what better way to celebrate the coming of new life by creating a condition where all life can flourish.
So that actually answers my other question, which is, has becoming a mother changed your perspective on sustainability?
I don't think it's changed my perspective as much as enhanced it. And I treat this work now as urgent because that is the need of the hour. We're sitting in Delhi today, the sky looks great, but it's 500 AQI. I don't know what happened. Mere Delhi ko kya ho gaya?
How do...
And we are in denial. Delhi people are in denial. You talk to somebody in Noida, नहीं, Delhi में बहुत बुरा pollution है. यहाँ पे थोड़ा ठीक है. You talk to somebody in Faridabad, नहीं, Noida में बहुत बुरा है. But we are in denial. But guys, it's okay. Be in denial. Denial is stage 1 of grief. Have grief that your city doesn't have breathable air. Have grief that your child cannot go out and play. That you need air purifier all seasons. Have grief about this. It's okay. Grieve it and then act on it.
Certainly, Delulu is not the Sululu over here. Delulu is not the Sululu over here, because you can't be delusional and just go about your way. How has life, or how has Delhi overall changed? Of course, you're now in Bombay, and you did touch upon your college life from Delhi University. But what kind of a transitional or a cultural shift have you seen over the years, especially in Delhi, where people are now more, they promote, let's say, moving in cabs, where there's a CNG tank placed, or even the new generation coming in, they're more, they're focused on sustainable wearable items. Health has become the talk of the town. People are now dancing to techno while at the gym. So, there's a cultural shift overall. So, your thoughts on that? How has culture shifted over the years?
I would say I have a lot of hope from Gen Z because they see what's going on and they see their own environment. And they have this understanding. So I really do have a lot of hope. We all should hope that they do better than the previous generations did. Yeah. As far as Bombay is concerned, Bombay has its own challenges. Recently, there have been discussions about the cutting of mangroves. As you know, mangroves are like nature's flood relief barrier. So there's been a lot of discussion about the road. कि ये जो road आपकी life से 6 minute बचा रहा है, वो आपके लाइफ के डेकेड्स कितने कम कर रहा है, वो भी तो सोचना चाहिए. अगर आप 6 मिनट बचा के 40 साल में हार्ट अटैक या पोल्यूशन से मर जा रहे हो, तो वो रोड किसी काम का नहीं है.
So for all the award winners sitting in the audience today, for those of you who had applied, and also for our viewers today, one mantra to push them and tell them to keep going in the sustainability sector, industry, in whichever field and business that they're working in.
I would say do what you can and do it now.
Well said and enough said. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our guest, Richa Chadha. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
I would request the audience to also join in. Can we do a victory or a peace sign? Yeah, just raise your hands. All right, yes, it would be great to have you all in the photograph.
On behalf of the Times Internet Ecopreneur Awards, we would like to present you with a small token of appreciation. For the special recognition, I would like to call Ms. Prerna Mahindru on stage to present our token of appreciation for our guest of honor, Richa Chadha. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause.
Thank you. You can take a seat now. Huh? You're lovely, Richa. We love you. Bye. All right, guys, moving on to our next category of awards. आपके घर का कूड़ा किसी और के बिजली के बिल की राहत बन सकता है. That's science showing off again. So, our next category is waste to energy solutions. And please welcome on stage Mr. Vijendra Singh, Olympic bronze medalist at the Beijing 2008 Games, to present this award. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? The award for waste to energy solutions in the individual category goes to Mr. MSR Kumar, Greeneria Renewable Technologies. Please welcome him on stage. Waste to Energy Solutions goes to SAEL Industries Limited. To receive the award, please welcome on stage N. Tejeshwar Murthy, ESG and Sustainability Manager, SAEL. Can we have a round of applause, please? N. Tejeshwar Murthy in the crowd today, or can someone collect the award on their behalf? We also have a joint winner in the corporate category for waste to energy solutions. The award goes to Greenfield Tech Projects. To receive the award, I would request Krishpi Wadhwa to join us on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Krishpi Wadhwa.
Thank you so much, sir. You can take your seat. Hi. Our next award category is carbon management and offsetting. Yes, somebody's got to clean up after all of us, literally, and this category is for exactly those people. Please welcome on stage Ms. Shalini Pasi, art collector, artist, and philanthropist to present this award. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? The award for carbon management and offsetting in the individual category goes to Dev Kumar Mondal, founder, Carbon Pro. Please welcome him on stage with a huge round of applause. Moving to the corporate category, the award for carbon management and offsetting goes to Ludlow Jute and Specialities Limited. To receive the award, please welcome on stage Mr. Tuhin Suvra Sen, General Manager, Ludlow Jute and Specialities Limited. Can we have you, sir, on stage, please?
To our next.
Thank you, ma'am. You can take your seat.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We now move on to our next award category, ESG Consulting and Advisory. numbers, strategy, and a whole lot of conscience. This category is for the advisors making sustainability a boardroom priority, not an afterthought. Please welcome on stage Kiran KR, Chief Digital Officer, Adani Green Energy, to present this award. The award for ESG Consulting and Advisory in the individual category goes to Ritika Goenka, founder of Planetary Plus. Please welcome her on stage. A round of applause for Ms. Ritika Goenka. Corporate category, the award for ESG Consulting and Advisory goes to Hertzwave TerraCap. I request Arun Raju, CEO Hertzwave TerraCap, to come on stage and receive the award.
Thank you, sir. You can take your seat. Thank you so much. All right, moving on to our next category. Our next category are people who looked at the world concrete jungle and figured how to merge the comforts of concrete with the blessings of a jungle. Turns out you can build the future without wrecking it. Who knew? Please welcome on stage Ms. Prerna Prasad, founder and CEO Ecopreneur, to present this award. And the award for green building and construction in the individual category goes to Kirti Chilukuri, founder and managing director, Stonecraft Group. Please welcome him on stage with a huge round of applause. Do we have Kirti sir here or someone who can collect the award on their behalf? All right. Moving on to the corporate category, the award for green building and construction goes to Ambuja Neotia Group. To receive the award, please welcome on stage Vipul Kohli with a huge round of applause. Okay, thank you. Ma'am, you can take your seat.
We have a special recognition in RECD, Ecotech, and Sustainability Innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, innovation in Ecotech doesn't always make headlines, but it always makes an impact. And that's exactly what earns our next special recognition. To present the special recognition in RECD, Ecotech, and Sustainability Innovation, please welcome on stage Nidhi Sareen, Director, Energy Transition Global Energy Alliance. Thank you so much, Ms. Nidhi, for gracing the occasion. The special recognition in RECD, Ecotech, and Sustainability Innovation goes to Platino, engineering cleaner air through advanced emission control solutions, setting new benchmarks in sustainable industrial technology. Welcome, Platino Automotive Private Limited. Please welcome on stage Dr. V. Magiznan, Founder Director, Platino Automotive Private Limited, Chennai. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Ma'am, please be on stage.
Yeah. We had missed one award in the corporate category of the waste to energy solutions. So can we now have Mr. Vikas Kumar and Utkarsh Sinha from the CEO's office of SAEL Industries to collect this award, please? Do we have Mr. Vikas Kumar and Mr. Utkarsh Sinha among us? Okay, ma'am, you can take your seat, please. Thank you so much.
Few sectors carry as much weight in India's energy transition. I beg your pardon. Few sectors carry as much weight in India's energy transition story as coal, and few organizations sit as close to the heart of that shift as SECL. Our next guest has been an important part of steering that transition firsthand.
कोयले का जिम्मेदार भविष्य भारत को टिकाऊ ऊर्जा देने का SECL का ब्लूप्रिंट. Please welcome for a fireside chat my co-host and moderator Daksh Sethi, along with Shri Harish Duhan, CMD SECL, a leader committed to innovation, sustainability and people-first growth. Shri Harish Duhan has redefined excellence in India's coal mining sector. Through transformative initiatives and visionary leadership, he continues to strengthen the nation's energy security while building a more inclusive and future-ready mining ecosystem. Over to you, Daksh.
हरीश जी, सबसे पहले तो धन्यवाद आपका.
नमस्कार और पूरे टाइम्स ग्रुप को इतने शानदार मोटिवेशन के लिए, पूरे कॉर्पोरेट और इंडिविजुअल्स को.
कोल सस्टेनेबिलिटी, इन्हीं शब्दों के ऊपर आज चर्चा हुई है. आपके कुछ ओपनिंग थॉट्स सस्टेनेबिलिटी के ऊपर? विकसित भारत 2047 की बात हो रही है. क्या रास्ता, क्या तरीका होने वाला है हमें इसको अचीव करने के लिए?
मैं कोल फील्ड से हूँ और डेफिनेटली आई विल टॉक सस्टेनेबिलिटी के लिए जो भारत सरकार, कोयला मंत्रालय और स्पेशली SECL जो स्टेप्स ले रहा है, आई जस्ट वांट टू डेलिब्रेट अपॉन दैट. सस्टेनेबिलिटी कोल माइनिंग के लिए हमारी जो विजन है और जो एक्टिविटीज़ हैं, इट स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम प्लानिंग during the operations, and finally it does not stop there, but it's also continue with the mine closures. Coal India और स्पेशली SECL, जो मैंने अभी बताया कि हमारे जो इक्विपमेंट सिलेक्शन से लेके, we are selecting the equipments which are environment friendly, they have cleaner technologies, और उसी लाइन पे जब हमारे, मैं एक एग्जांपल देना चाहूँगा. हमारे पास साउथ ईस्टर्न कोलफील्ड्स लिमिटेड में एशिया की सबसे बड़ी माइन है गेवरा ओपन कास्ट माइन, जो कि कोरबा डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफ छत्तीसगढ़ में ये माइन है. वहाँ पर पूरी दुनिया के जो लार्जेस्ट ऑफ इक्विपमेंट्स हमारे पास हैं, लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी है. 42 क्यूबिक मीटर के जो शावल्स हैं जो वॉल्यूम हैंडल करते हैं, 240 टन के डंपर्स हैं, इलेक्ट्रिकल ड्रिल्स हैं. हमारे सभी ऑपरेशंस स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम, अगर आप प्लानिंग करें तो पूरा डिजिटल है. हमारे जितने भी सर्वे एंड अदर ऑपरेशंस होते हैं ड्रोन सर्वे के थ्रू होते हैं. मैं एक चीज़ और ऐड करना चाहता हूं सस्टेनेबिलिटी के लिए कि जितना हमारा ट्रांसपोर्टेशन हम लोग प्लान कर रहे हैं, बिकॉज इट इज़ प्रोड्यूसिंग मोर देन 55 मिलियन टन्स एनुअली, तो वो फर्स्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी प्रोजेक्ट्स के थ्रू होता है. यानी पिट हेड से लेके पूरा कन्वेयर सिस्टम, इनक्लोज कन्वेयर सिस्टम के थ्रू डायरेक्ट जहाँ तक हमारे कंज्यूमर को हम लोग ये डिस्पैच करते हैं, ये कंप्लीट कन्वेयर इको फ्रेंडली मेजर है. हर एस्पेक्ट में, चाहे हमारे इक्विपमेंट सिलेक्शंस हों, चाहे हमारा जो मैंने रिस्टोरेशन पार्ट बोला, वो ड्यूरिंग माइनिंग ऑपरेशंस हम लोग टेक्निकल एंड बायोलॉजिकल रिक्लेमेशन करते हैं. मैं एक एग्जांपल आप सबके साथ शेयर करना चाहता हूं कि लास्ट ईयर ही हमने 571 हेक्टेयर्स में प्लांटेशन किया है, एंड टू द ट्यून ऑफ 14 to 15 लाख प्लांटेशन सिर्फ एक साल में किए हैं. और अभी तक हम लोग मोर देन 3 करोड़ प्लांटेशन वहाँ पर कर चुके हैं. साथ साथ हम लोगों ने सिर्फ एफोरेस्टेशन नहीं, हम अपने जो डेली ऑपरेशंस में लेटेस्ट जो टेक्निक्स है, मियावाकी टेक्निक, उसको भी हम लोगों ने यूज़ किया है 14.5 हेक्टेयर में मियावाकी प्लांटेशन से, ताकि फास्टर ग्रीनर ये इश्यूज जल्दी ग्रो करें. हमारा पर्पज़ है पूरे माइनिंग का SECL में स्पेशली कि हम लोग जो स्टार्ट करें, कंसेप्ट करें, और साथ में हमारी जो कम्युनिटीज़ हैं उनको भी हम लोग, जब माइन हमारी क्लोज हो तो एक ग्रीनर माइनिंग के साथ हम लोग उनको ये अपना एक एरिया को हैंड ओवर करें. और वो कहीं ना कहीं उनको ये नहीं होना चाहिए कि हमारी माइनिंग बंद हो रही है तो हमारे लिए रेवेन्यू जनरेशन खत्म हो रहे हैं। वी आर आल्सो रीपर्पजिंग द टोटल एरिया थ्रू आवर इको पार्क्स, थ्रू आवर वाटर बॉडीज, थ्रू आवर फिशी कल्चर्स। ये डिफरेंट स्कीम्स हैं हमारी और सस्टेनेबिलिटी के लिए पूरी कमिटेड है एससीसीएल। आने वाले समय में भी हम लोग क्लीन टेक्नोलॉजीज़ को और इन्हेंस करने वाले हैं, गैसिफिकेशंस एंड अदर पैरामीटर्स के थ्रू। थैंक यू।
सर आपका बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग पॉइंट था कि आप जो वेस्टेड लैंड होती है उसको आप रीपर्पस करते हैं, उसको सेटलमेंट्स वहाँ पे क्रिएट हो रहे हैं, देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ डेवलपमेंट हैपनिंग अराउंड दैट। उसके ऊपर थोड़ी सी अगर आप इफ यू कुड थ्रो सम लाइट ऑन दैट।
सस्टेनेबिलिटी और रिस्टोरेशन के लिए जैसे ही माइनिंग ऑपरेशन स्टार्ट होते हैं, ग्रेजुअली हम लोग फर्स्ट स्टेप इज़ उसको टेक्निकली रिस्टोर करते हैं। जो भी वॉल्यूम, ओवरबर्डन, मिट्टी हम हटाते हैं, टेक्निकली रिस्टोर करते हैं। साथ साथ उसमें प्लांटेशन भी हम लोग फॉरेस्टेशन करते जाते हैं। उसके बाद जैसे ही हमारे टोटल ऑपरेशंस ख़त्म होते हैं तो देन कम्स द फाइनल माइन क्लोजर। और फाइनल माइन क्लोजर में हम लोग प्लांटेशन के साथ साथ वहाँ पर चाहे हमारे सोलर के थ्रू हो, चाहे हमारे इको पास के थ्रू हो, चाहे एग्रो फॉरेस्ट्री के थ्रू हो, हम लोग आसपास के लोगों को जो कम्युनिटीज़ है उनको इन्वॉल्व करते हैं ऑन अकॉर्डिंग टू देयर नीड्स। वहाँ पर हम लोग रीपर्पजिंग करते हैं, साथ में लोगों को इन्वॉल्व करते हुए कि उनके साथ इकोनॉमिक जो एक माइन क्लोज के साथ में बहुत सारा रेवेन्यू जनरेशन ख़त्म हो जाता है वो कंटिन्यू रहे। उस पार्ट में मैं एक एग्जांपल देना चाहता हूँ। हमारा विश्रामपुर एरिया है, एक काफ़ी ट्राइबल एरिया है, विश्रामपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफ छत्तीसगढ़ स्टेट। यहाँ पर हम लोगों ने हमारा जो ओल्ड माइन है पूरा कंप्लीट रिस्टोरेशन किया है और जो एक वाटर बॉडी वहाँ पर बनी, कोयला निकलने के बाद कुछ पोर्शन हमारा एक डीप पोर्शन रहता है, तो वहाँ पर हम लोगों ने जो हमारी ट्राइबल वीमेन है उनको इन्वॉल्व करके हम लोगों ने बोटिंग फैसिलिटी स्टार्ट किया, फ्लोटिंग सोलर स्टार्ट किया, फिशी कल्चर स्टार्ट किया। अब वहाँ पे डिफरेंट ग्रुप्स जो सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स हैं वो स्पेशली वीमेन, काफ़ी उनको एनुअली एम्प्लॉयमेंट है और इकोनॉमी बहुत अच्छे से वहाँ पे ये बढ़ रही है आगे। थैंक यू।
सर अभी पीछे जो मार्च एंड अप्रैल फरवरी में जो वॉर की सिचुएशन हुई थी जिसकी वजह से काफ़ी सारा जो नॉन रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी का सप्लाई इंडिया में आता है वो रुक गया था। देयर वाज अ लॉट ऑफ ह्यूमन क्राई अराउंड, अ लॉट ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स। क्या आप उसको एज अ वेकअप कॉल की तरह देखते हो कि हमें इंडिया को एक सेल्फ सस्टेनेबल मॉडल पे जल्द से जल्द आना होगा?
बिल्कुल, ये बहुत अच्छा है और भारत सरकार ने इसको प्रायोरिटी पे टेकअप किया है कि जहाँ पर एनर्जी इश्यूज़ हैं, जैसे हमारा गैस बेस्ड जो थर्मल गैस बेस्ड जो पावर प्लांट्स थे वो डेफिनेटली इम्पैक्टेड हुए ड्यूरिंग दिस पीरियड, लेकिन उसको हम लोगों ने कोल के थ्रू जो हमारे बाकी प्लांट्स थे उनकी एफिशिएंसी बढ़ाया, कोल सप्लाई बढ़ाया। मैं आपको प्राउडली कह सकता हूं कि ड्यूरिंग दिस पीरियड लास्ट ईयर के कंपैरिजन में देखा जाए तो 14 to 15% एडिशनल कोयला हम लोगों ने थर्मल पावर प्लांट्स को सप्लाई किया है, ताकि हमारा पूरा भारत, जो हमारा इंडस्ट्रीज़ हैं, जो हमारे घर हैं, जो हमारे आप यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, जितने भी लाइट्स जल रहे हैं, कहीं मैं प्राउडली कह सकता हूँ इसमें से 70% जो भी इलेक्ट्रिकल कंजम्पशन है वो कोल बेस्ड है और वो पूरे हमारे जो कोल कर्मी हैं उनके द्वारा ये कोयला जो थर्मल प्लांट्स में पहुँचाया जाता है उसके थ्रू ये बिजली आती है और सभी भारत विकसित भारत की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है। इस लाइन पे हम लोग जो अभी सरकार का एक और इसमें ड्यूरिंग दिस पीरियड आइडेंटिफाई हुआ है कि जो गैसेज हैं वो हम लोग कोयले से भी बना सकते हैं और उस डायरेक्शन में हमारी सरकार ने माननीय जो प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में 37,000 करोड़ का एक इंसेंटिव पैकेज भी दिया है और उस पैकेज के थ्रू हर हमारी जो PSU कंपनीज हैं प्लस पूरे बाकी भी एंटरप्रेन्योर्स इन्वॉल्व हो सकते हैं। दे कैन मेक गैसेस, सिन गैस, अमोनिया एंड अदर अलाइड प्रोडक्ट्स थ्रू कोल। तो ये काफ़ी एक अच्छा स्टेप्स है और SCCL ने भी ये स्टेप को लिया है। वी हैव आइडेंटिफाइड 2-3 ब्लॉक्स फॉर गैसिफिकेशन इन SCCL डोमेन एरिया आल्सो। थैंक यू।
सस्टेनेबिलिटी के ऊपर काफ़ी चर्चा भी हो रही है, अब तो काफ़ी कूल वर्ड हो गया है ये नई जनरेशन के लिए भी। हम कुछ देर पहले एक दो पैनल डिस्कशन में इसके ऊपर हम बात कर रहे थे। सो व्हाट अकॉर्डिंग टू यू हैज़ चेंज्ड? कौन सी वो नई स्ट्रैटेजीज और पॉलिसी लेवल पे चीज़ें चेंज हुई हैं कि आज का जो युवा है जो कॉलेज में से लेट्स से पास आउट हो रहा है या अपना कंपनी खुद स्टार्ट करना चाहता है, वो सस्टेनेबिलिटी के ऊपर करना चाहता है?
सस्टेनेबिलिटी कोई भी इंडस्ट्री के लिए, और अभी जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक विज़न भी दिया था कि 2070 तक हम लोगों को नेट जीरो कंट्री बनना है और जितने भी हमारे फॉसिल फ्यूल्स हैं इनको क्लीन वे में यूज़ करना है। मैं अपनी इंडस्ट्री की तरफ से ही बता सकता हूँ और बाकी भी सस्टेनेबिलिटी के लिए वी आर टेकिंग कि कोल को हम लोग कैसे क्लीनर टेक्नोलॉजीज के थ्रू गैसिफिकेशंस एंड थ्रू अदर टेक्नोलॉजिकल इंटरवेंशंस हम लोग क्लीन कोल वी आर कन्वर्टिंग इट। हमारे आज के, अगर मैं टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करूं, हमारे जो माइनिंग ऑपरेशंस हैं ओपन कास्ट, दे आर टू टाइप ऑफ माइंस, वन इज ओपन कास्ट, अनदर इज अंडरग्राउंड। ओपन कास्ट माइंस में हमारे कोयला जो पहले ड्रिलिंग एंड ब्लास्टिंग के थ्रू प्रोडक्शन होता था, डिस्पैच होता था, उसके थ्रू गैसेस, डस्ट एंड वाइब्रेशंस होते थे। अभी हमारा SECL में आई एम सेइंग अराउंड 90% जो कोल प्रोडक्शन होता है वो थ्रू न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी सरफेस माइनर के थ्रू होता है, जिसमें ये बाकी कोई साइड इफ़ेक्ट्स नहीं है। इसी तरह अंडरग्राउंड में अगर मैं आपके सामने बताता चाहूँगा कि अंडरग्राउंड माइनिंग में न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी, मास प्रोडक्शन टेक्नोलॉजी SECL में यूज़ हो रहा है, जिससे कंटिन्यूस माइनर्स, हाई वॉल माइनिंग को हम लोग यूज़ कर रहे हैं, जिसमें ना ही कोई ड्रिलिंग ब्लास्टिंग है। और मैं प्राउडली बोल सकता हूं कि लास्ट ईयर और इस साल के कंपैरिजन में ड्यूरिंग दिस फर्स्ट क्वार्टर इवन 25% हम लोगों ने एडिशन प्रोडक्शन अंडरग्राउंड माइन से किया है, जो कि मास प्रोडक्शन टेक्नोलॉजी से कंटिन्यूस माइनर के थ्रू आया है। इसी तरह जो हाई वॉल माइनिंग का जो प्रोडक्शन है वो भी विदाउट ड्रिलिंग एंड ब्लास्टिंग है, कोई इन्वायरमेंटल इम्पैक्ट्स, उसके साइड इफ़ेक्ट्स नहीं है, वो भी हमने डबल किया है ड्यूरिंग दिस फर्स्ट क्वार्टर। तो काफ़ी इस डायरेक्शन में स्टेप्स ले रहे हैं, और जो भी फ्यूचर में हमारे साथ जुड़ना चाहते हैं तो कोल कैन बी कन्वर्टेड इनटू गैसेस, अमोनिया एंड मल्टीपल प्रोडक्ट्स जो आज भारत इंपोर्ट कर रहा है, कोल से हम लोग उसको जनरेट कर सकते हैं। सस्टेनेबिलिटी एंड लॉन्ग लाइफ है। वी हैव रिजर्व्स अप टू 200 and 300 ईयर्स। देयर इज नो डर्थ ऑफ कोल इन इंडिया, एंड डेफिनेटली फ्यूचर में जो भी हमारे ऑपरेशंस हैं वो सस्टेनेबिलिटी वे में हैं और पूरी कम्युनिटी को साथ लेते हुए हैं। थैंक यू।
हरीश जी, ऑन अ क्लोजिंग रिमार्क, हमारे सारे विनर्स के लिए और जितने सारे व्यूअर्स हैं हमारे TUI ऐप पे और यूट्यूब पे देखते हुए, उनके लिए कुछ एक वर्ड्स ऑफ विजडम आपकी तरफ से, क्योंकि सब सस्टेनेबिलिटी में काफ़ी अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं।
नहीं, बहुत अच्छा, मैं काफ़ी देर से देख रहा हूँ, बहुत अच्छे अच्छे काम हो रहे हैं। और मैं जो भी इंटरप्रेन्योर्स यहाँ पर हैं, वेस्ट से जैसे एनर्जी डेवलप करना या बाकी स्टेप्स लेना, अगर वो कोल इंडस्ट्री या हमसे भी जुड़ना चाहें तो हम लोग डेफिनेटली आपको वेलकम करेंगे। और बहुत स्कोप है भारत में सस्टेनेबिलिटी को लेते हुए, और जितने भी ऑपरेशंस और मेजर्स अभी लिए जा रहे हैं, सभी एक ट्रांजिशन फेज है और बहुत फास्ट वे में आएगा। ऑल आर वेलकम, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस। और अगेन आई जस्ट वांट टू कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट यू कि पूरा इतना शानदार प्रोग्राम यहाँ पर आपने आयोजन किया है और सभी लोगों को मोटिवेट हुआ है इनसे। थैंक यू।
हरीश जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका, आपने हमारे लिए वक्त निकाला। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर श्री हरीश दुहान जी।
थैंक यू।
Thank you, gentlemen. We move on to our next award category.
We move on to Green Transition Leadership Award. Even the industries you'd least expect are changing lanes towards a greener future. And this one is leading that transition. To present the Green Transition Leadership Award, please welcome on stage Neelam Pratap Rudi, avid golfer and philanthropist. Can we have you, ma'am, on stage, please? The Green Transition Leadership Award goes to SECL Southeastern Coalfields Limited. I will request Shri Harish Duhanji, CMD, representing SECL, to receive this special recognition. A huge round of applause for Shri Harish Duhanji.
sir. Our next award is for clean energy and renewables, sun, wind, and an unreasonable amount of ambition. That's this category in one line. The award for clean energy and renewables in the individual category goes to Dr. Chetan Shah, Chairman and Managing Director, Solex Energy Limited. Please welcome him on stage with a huge round of applause. Moving to the corporate category, the award for clean energy and renewables goes to NTPC Green Energy Limited. Please welcome on stage Ashutosh Tiwari to receive the award. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, you please be on stage.
Before we continue, for everyone watching from home on the TOI app, the Times of India website, or our social handles, thank you for tuning in. Keep those posts coming in with hashtag Ecopreneur Awards 2026. And remember to tag us.
And once again, thank you to the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Ipsos, GAIL, ONGC, SECL, Amba Shakti, Toyota, Watt Power, Roca, and Hero Future Energies for powering tonight, literally in some cases.
We move on to our next award category, which is a special recognition, Bioenergy Leadership Excellence Award. From farms to fuel, this recognition celebrates a true leader in India's bioenergy space. To present the Bioenergy Leadership Excellence Award, along with ma'am, we please welcome on stage art collector, artist, and philanthropist, Ms. Shalini Pasi. Yeah, in this case, ma'am, you will be presenting the award. The Bioenergy Leadership Excellent Award goes to ISMA, Indian Sugar Mills Association. Please welcome on stage Deepak Balani, Director General, ISMA, representing ISMA, to receive this award. Mr. Deepak is the Director General of the Indian Sugar and Bioenergy Manufacturers Association with over 25 years of experience in public policy, government affairs, and industry leadership. He is driving the sector's transition towards ethanol and bioenergy while advancing policy advocacy, stakeholder engagement, and sustainable growth.
Our next category is a special recognition. It's a special recognition in clean energy revolution. Every revolution needs its pioneers, and this one's straight out of the clean energy playbook. The special recognition in the clean energy revolution goes to Grunner Renewables. Please welcome on stage Mr. Devesh Garg, Chief Commercial and Sales Officer, to receive the award. Over 30 years of experience leading large-scale businesses, Mr. Devesh Garg has built a distinguished career across multiple industries, including energy and telecom. Before joining Grunner Renewable Energy, he held key leadership roles at Brookfield-backed Altius Telecom Infrastructure Trust, Indus Towers, and Gujarat Gas. Congratulations and thank you so much. Ma'am, you can take a seat. Thank you so much.
Artificial intelligence promises to help solve climate change, but it's also becoming one of the world's biggest consumers of energy and water. This panel gets into whether India can build AI infrastructure that's genuinely sustainable, or whether intelligence itself is becoming the planet's next big energy problem.
So to start the panel, let's welcome again my co-host Daksh Sethi as the moderator, along with our panelists. Our first panelist is Nidhi Sareen, Director, Energy Transition Global Energy Alliances, Kiran K.R., Chief Digital Officer, Adani Green Energy, and Rajneesh Sareen, Program Director, Sustainable Habitat Program at Center of Science and Environment. Can we please have all of you on the stage, please? And can we have a huge round of applause from the crowd to start the fireside chat?
All right, AI, the talk of the town. Well, firstly, I'm sure everybody wants to understand what is the noise about. How much energy does AI really consume? And how does it consume it? Anybody? What I want to understand is, in terms of infrastructure, how is AI really consuming so much energy? Just open the floor, sir, please.
See, I mean, there is no, direct measures to see, what exactly the direct consumption. But I mean, there are some staggering numbers are there. I will just put, one is the data center power consumption. That is a, straight number to how exactly this processing power is increasing. Last year standalone, 450 terawatt hour is what the total consumption in terms of, the data center consume the power. Globally. If you see the global percentage share, this is not a big number. It is less than even 1%, because globally the total consumption is around 32,000 terawatt hour. But the beauty is, not the factor that is alarming is not only on this 1%, but the concentration. If you see the packets where the data centers are coming, there you will see the steep use in terms of these numbers. One classical example is Ireland. I don't know how many of you just follow Ireland, when it is coming to data centers. 23% of country's total consumption goes to data center. 28% is the homes, right? So Ireland is just knocking the doors where total power consumption that goes to data center is almost equivalent to the domestic consumption, right? These are some staggering numbers, and another number that IEA published recently is per consumption that takes for the AI task. For every query that we are putting in ChatGPT or Cloud, that has been reduced drastically over 2 years, but the total consumption of power, that has been increased subsequently. This is a classical signature of a growing industry. Internet also faced through the same thing, electrification also, mobile tariffs also, everything went through that. Unit price drops, total consumption increase. So this is my take.
These are interesting and staggering numbers, no doubt about it. Rajeshni, while most of us discuss and we focus on electricity consumption, data centers really consume a lot of water in terms of their cooling systems. So are we really ignoring the water footprint that AI comes with?
So I won't say that we are ignoring, because this is a technology which is consumptive like that only. So the water is definitely a major footprint which is coming, and it's actually coming in the, it's about where it comes as an impact. That also becomes important. So very simple thing, you make your own food, that's one way. Second is, like I'm talking about the AI. Second is that you look at the food you go and consume in the market, that's the second one. Third is you import something frozen and then cook it at your, or maybe ask somebody to cook. Now this is the way the AI actually, so either you become intelligent, and if you have very dumb questions, which he was saying that whether our questions are becoming intelligent, do we really go there for purpose? So this is increasing a huge amount of load which is coming. So generation needs to be more intelligent to see that how do you utilize this, because this is very advanced level of information exchange which you are looking at. So, but most of the time, what people are trying to waste their time on is very simple things which they could actually interact and solve those. So that's where the problem comes.
And those numbers are quite staggering, to be honest. Just to follow up on that, Nidhi, we're talking about AI, coming in and sort of helping us build on problems that human intelligence, as of now, really can't solve. So, while AI is helping us move towards cleaner energy and a sustainable future, is it actually competing with us for resources?
I would say, I would phrase the question a little differently. I would say, do we want AI to be competing with us when it comes to resources? It's actually, the way I see it is, these two are very complementary. We are right now in the building stage. As a nation in India, we are right now also looking at infrastructure being built. In parallel, we are also looking at AI technologies being built. So why not take this as an opportunity and co-create both of them together? When we are adding more infrastructure, when we are using more resources, can we actually also see how both of these can become a common development agenda? So on that side, I would say there are three priorities maybe. One is how you can use AI and energy both going hand in hand. So AI for energy and energy for AI. These are the kind of things which we need to do. Then you see, as a nation, we probably also have to see, do we actually replicate the solutions, the AI solutions, which are pretty much used in the Western world? Maybe a tool, an AI tool, which is very commonly utilized in US, is not a simple copy and paste for us. This is something that we have to customize. Use AI for your own benefits, for utilization. Solve the problems that we are solving for us, not the problems that the other countries may have solved 100 years ago. And the third point is, how do you utilize AI for your own advantage and create a lot of opportunities for jobs and livelihoods, and even getting more reliable energy for people. So when we are talking about is AI competing for resources? I would say it's the way that we choose to make it. If we want AI to just compete with us on resources, it can very well do so. It's a technology which is for our assistance. It's not the other way around.
It's a double-edged sword, no doubt about it. Kiranji, just to follow up on that, some numbers. So Adani Green has crossed 20 gigawatt of operational renewable capacity, making it one of the world's largest renewable energy companies. So are AI companies becoming your biggest customers?
Say, I think I would put the other way. I think whether AI companies are going to be your customer or not, I mean, that's a second question. I mean, first, I think I will try to put a stage on, as a country, I mean, what is the infrastructure we are building. For sure, I mean, AI companies are putting capex. 450 billion is the investment that top 5 hyperscalers have done last week. This year commitment is 750 billion among Apple, Meta, Amazon, Google and Oracle, right? Other than Apple. All 5 of them put together 750 billion. So the numbers are there in the place. People wanted to invest. But the problem is the data centers are coming with a unique problem. It is not only the power they need cheap power, continuous power and high quality power, right? That is where, I mean, as a country, I mean, we can say whatever, I mean, we have, whatever we think, I mean, we are, but I mean, there are still gaps to be filled. The site you have taken, Khavda is a site very close to Pakistan borders in Bhuj in Gujarat. At completion, that is going to be the single largest renewable energy site in the world. Today we have 10 gigawatt there and totally 20 gigawatt as Adani Green we operate. And even our renewable energy journey in the country itself going through a very staggering pace. I don't know how much of you are aware about, I mean, the numbers. 520 gigawatt is a total power installation base in the country. Out of that, 270 is from renewables. So as a percentage share, renewables already overtook the fossil fuels, but not in the consumption phase because renewables doesn't operate throughout, right? So there is a rapid pace in which the renewable energy addition is happening, and no other power source has been added this much in last 5 years like renewables in the country, right? So this is the renewable story. But the problem is there are still gaps exist, right? 2 major gaps for me to say A is going to be the customer. One is interconnection. I can put power, I can construct plants very fast, but the problem is I need to take the power from one place to the place exactly I'm going to use, right? This is where the interconnection points, the transmission line, the grid lines we use. the speed in which we are building that is actually not matching the pace, where the data centers wanted to be in the country. That is one. Second is the sovereignty part, right? Unless and otherwise storage is coming to the picture, renewable standalone is not going to solve the issue. Sun will rise at 6, will go at 6, and actually my peak demand peaks after 6. Solar, the wind, early morning you will get the peak, late in the evening we will get the peak, but throughout the clock I'm not going to the thing. So I need the storage bit. But the problem is storage, 99% resilience is still on China, right? So whether I will be able to be the AI first customer, if I can solve these problems, maybe I will be able to do. But I think as a country, we have a bit more to travel to reach there.
Just to pick on that, AI infrastructure is again becoming a problem, but it's also the need of the hour, essentially. So, Rajesh, do you think some policies, some greener norms are required to keep all these energy consumption problems under check?
See, again, I come back to this technology has been like that, right? So whether you bring up any kind of, you can say regulations and all, so the issue will be that how you get a sustainable mix because it's going to be energy consumptive, right? So there's no doubt about it. How you improve that grid, how you improve that mixture is going to be something which is required. So technology point of view, how it solves your problem, that is there. Like even if you look at when we cordon people into different, this is smart data hubs, which were localized, right? So now this is something which is taking a big level of decision making when it comes to, you can say, a city development and aspects of various type of development which we are looking at. So these things makes an interface. And of course, things are becoming complex. So now how we try to see that this impacts becomes lesser and lighter for you. So one, in any case, is steps towards renewable. That's going to be one big league. Then how you could go for a smarter cooling technologies. Because right now, the kind of cooling technology interventions which we have, we don't have those kind of great stuff with us, which I think maybe the developed nations might be having at this stage. Second, it's about what type of gas you are going to use as a refrigerant in it, what type of mix. For example, there is vapor absorption machines, there is, you can say, zero kind of impact on environment kind of gases which are there. But how far we are going to take this technological shift is going to be the decision matter in this.
Do you still look at it as a bottleneck?
Sorry?
Do you still look at this problem as a bottleneck for AI?
So, I don't, it's about the leapfrog. It's about how you tackle this and how you bring this into the net which is there. So, for example, at current stage of, you can say, air conditioning and the requirements which is there, we haven't really well thought into that direction because we are struggling with providing that facility, even basic facility to our own people. Because look, somebody mentioned about the heat crisis which we have, right? So this is going to have a huge burden of cooling demand which is going to come from the general, you can say, community. Now imagine you have another set of consumption which is coming from technology also. So I think this is the stage where India should really look at that how fast we can go onto the most efficient one. We're coming on this. There are super efficient air conditioning systems which are now being talked at. There's coalitions which are there. Government of India is right now working on cooling action plans which is there, which was launched a few years back, which Ministry of Environment and Forest is looking after it. But I'll say that still there is a longer way for us to reach to where we really needed to be.
Nidhi, I have a question for you from one of the audience members. If you had to prioritize one investment today, renewable generation, battery storage, or grid modernization, which one would it be and why?
How much money do I have? So if I have to pick one, I would probably choose grid modernization. And that's because, and I'm not saying that the investments in renewables and batteries are not required. For the last 2 decades, my bread and butter has been renewables. But at the same time, I would say that, you know, for the basic things as basic as uptake of renewables and, you know, the full utilization of batteries, you need complete grid digitization and, or you know, modernization where these things are not really utilized to the full capacities if the grid is not able to take it up. I would also say that, you know, while we are looking at AI and grid modernization, these grid modernization and kind of technologies that we have give you ample amount of data which can then be used to say, this is where you should have your batteries, because this is where your demand is going to peak during the non-solar hours or non-wind hours. Then it is also about how do you do more precision planning when it comes to things like deployment of solar rooftops. Grid modernization and the data which actually comes out of it using smart meters and other things gives you precise location of where you need to run campaigns as basic as, replace your fans and ACs.
Or even net metering, which is, something which is quite popular these days.
Yes, yes. So that's a demand side measure, and more of, reducing the stress on the grid that we are talking about. So all of these things will only enable if you're actually able to see what is happening where. You're able to digitize your grid. You're able to sort of bring in the technologies which are able to give you a holistic view of where things are. And then that will, I would not say automatically, but enable you to a greater extent to facilitate and accelerate renewables in battery deployments.
These are quite interesting points. Kiranji, a hypothetical question. If tomorrow one of the biggest AI companies decides to set up their AI data centers over here, are we ready to power them sustainably? And to what extent?
So, this is my personal opinion. So if you are saying, for the size and scale in which the data center is growing, the business is growing, if we are ready, if you are asking, I would say we have still some gaps to close. One particular reason is actually, I am a firm believer that every electron that we are generating is a commodity today. Tomorrow it will have two parts. It will be having a commodity value, and it will also have a price for the information it can process, right? Today, it is just 3 rupees. Tomorrow, there will be a component will be priced on how much of information it can process, when I am querying a query, right? So, these data centers, these large data center campuses, it is not only about the GPUs you are stacking in the racks. It also needs the cooling system. It also needs the infrastructure. It also needs the cables, right? It needs round-the-clock power. Bare minimum, right? So, as a country, we can, so it's a very interesting, from the last, the speakers thing I will just take. Actually, if you see the history of the country, the problem where we have is, earlier, when thermal used to power the country, used to take, 6-7 years for, a thermal plant to be completely up and running. So even the transmission corridor also used to get that amount of time to come up to the speed. So they also will get, 5-6 years to build, the entire network. But now these renewables are getting added in capacity in year, right? So that is a place, where we as a country, we are also a bit struggling a bit. Last year, Adani Green alone, we added 5 gigawatt. Anywhere other than China, there are no too many parallels, in the world, 5 gigawatt in a year, right? So when these kind of capacity is getting added, our infrastructure for, connecting these points are not just moving, right? The place I'm producing is not the place I'm consuming. So this has to come. So I think we are not too far. I'm sure, we are going to reach, today we are around 1.6 gigawatt hour is the data center, and we are expected to reach close to 9 gigawatt by 2030. Even that itself is a 15-16% CAGR year on year. I think for sure, we are going to reach there, but if you're asking, are we ready now? I think there is still some gaps to be filled.
Rajeshni, I have one question for you. What's the one environmental consequence of AI that policymakers are still not talking about?
I won't say there is one. There are multiple which we are not talking about at this stage. In any case, we have one or two which are very clear. One, yes, which is then the rare minerals is going to be the next one. And from where it comes, so that's what when I started, that where it's not a problem of resource, it's where it coming from. So because that's the one which creates a lot of task for you. Like for example, in a location like which is being mentioned at the Gujarat border, and the water scarcity in any case is huge. If you actually go to those areas, you have confined aquifers. Like you have to travel kilometers to get fresh water, drinkable water for you. Right? So not that, those kind of concerns and which location you put it is going to be a huge impact in that case. So we have to look at where these are feasible where we do have requirements and things like so. Maybe I'll pose a very simple question. There is a flood which is there, and you have one log of wood which is floating next to you, and there's another foam piece or a plastic piece which can also float. But naturally what you will pick up, your DNA is you will pick up wood. Now that means sustainability is there in your mindset. The only thing is now when you have this kind of concerns coming to you, which choices are you going to make is going to be the decision factors for that. So if you don't make a sustainable choices, then the policy has to step in, which needs to restrict you that you do not take the wrong direction in that case. I think that's what I mean.
Well said, sir. On a lighter note, we have our award winners sitting in the audience today. We have our viewers watching us live on the Times of India website and the TUI app. So on the closing remarks, one thought each for our winners, just to give them, a quick pep talk and words of motivation to, just push them to keep going and keep doing what they're doing. So we'll start with you.
I think I saw a lot of entrepreneurs. I mean, I used to work with a lot of entrepreneurs. Only one thing I want to say, we are one of the most developing country. Still, we don't have a frontier AI model. We are the only country where we don't have a leading ERP tool. We don't have even a game which is popular, played across the globe. We don't have a social media platform. So all the entrepreneurs out there, right? So this is our time, right? When the industrial revolution came, we were not there. When electricity came, we were not there. When internet came, we were not there. But at least in this AI time, when intelligence actually coupled with a large electricity, as a country, we have our digital infrastructure is ready. We have UPI, we have DigiYatra, we have, a massive amount of public infrastructure ready. We have got a not so aging population. We have got that, the sweet spot of a population. We have more than 1 billion mobile phones already in the country. 5G is rolled out. So this is the time for everybody to build that products, not on, build on wrappers, right? Don't take the Gemini or LLMs and build the wrapper products and go. This is the time. This kind of opportunity is not going to come again, at least, in next 3-4 decades. So rather than, doing again this labor arbitrage, this is a time where, we should be able to build that products and that we can take to the globe and, show and no other place in the world will get, this diversity and this kind of population to test any of these products also. So I believe this is our time, and I'm sure, some of these people who got awarded today or the people who has been left out, I'm sure there is going to be some serious entrepreneurs and serious unicorns in the upcoming weeks, months or years.
So it's time to shift from being AI consumers to AI-led builders. Nidhi ji. Sorry, please.
No. I'll come last.
Thank you. I would say, and pardon me for using the phrase "apada mein afsar," opportunity in calamity. We are going to increase our electricity demand extensively in the coming years. And the use of AI actually gives us a lot of opportunities. As Kiranji also said, we are sitting at the hub where we can actually create new models. So I'm looking at the entrepreneurs who you already have to see this as an opportunity. We have a vast amount of, how should I say, population where we can utilize these technologies and scale it up to a level that we can be world leaders. Utilize this opportunity for creating jobs, utilize the opportunity for improving access, affordable access, secure access when it comes to energy. Keep in mind the environmental aspects, and we as practitioners and policymakers have a great deal to do with it. And I bank on the entrepreneurs now.
Lovely. Rajesh ji.
Quick line. First of all, for all of you, generally sustainability is a passive in the sense that you connect to the nature, right? So it's not active. So what I understand is active technology requires passive individuals, right? More you depend on remotes, you are a passive individual. But passive technology passive technology requires an active individual around. So most of you are passive individual who has been awarded, and many of you, because I've been part of the jury and I've seen almost every subject which they refer to me. So every technology, every thought which was there was like inspiring, right? So it became so difficult. That's why you got so many bracketed together, right? So bracketed together is because you are not able to decide which one is best, So most of you, I'll say that all of you are active individual with a passive set of sustainable technology, which is actually a need for us.
Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for gracing the occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for our panelists? Thank you so much. Every recognition marks an achievement, but it also inspires the next chapter. At Times Internet, we are committed to keeping this momentum alive throughout the year. Please direct your attention to the screen as we unveil Times Internet Ecopreneur Network.
Sustainability isn't a single moment, it's a movement, building all year long. This is the Ecopreneur Network from Times Internet. One network, 4 cities, a full year of impact. It begins in Pune with the Circular Economy Summit, turning waste into worth. Then Ahmedabad, powering what comes next in energy. Hyderabad takes on the built environment and climate tech. And Bengaluru returns to the soil, the water and regenerative agriculture. At every summit, we bring an industry together and celebrate the change makers leading it forward. 4 summits across the year, all building to one stage, the Ecopreneur Awards. The Ecopreneur Network, 4 cities, 1 year, endless impact. Together, let's build India's green future.
All right, we move on to our next award category, Ecotech and Climate Innovation. Where technology meets a mission, these innovators are hacking climate change, one solution at a time. Please welcome on stage Shalini Vig, social entrepreneur, to present this award. The award for Ecotech and Climate Innovation in the individual category goes to Rohit Khattar, founder Africa Online Continuous Emission Monitoring System. Please welcome him on stage.
A huge round of applause, please, everyone.
And a huge round of applause for Mr. Rohit. Moving to the corporate category, the award for Ecotech and Climate Innovation goes to Sribio. Please welcome on stage KRK Reddy to collect the award. A round of applause for Mr. Reddy. Congratulations to all our winners.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. You can take your seat. All right, guys. हम अब अपनी शाम के आखिरी पड़ाव की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं धीरे धीरे. So just request you to all just bring in some more energy in the room. We move towards our next award. The next category is energy storage and battery tech. Yes, हमारी लाइफ में जब सब कुछ बैटरी पे चलता है तो ये देखना जरूरी हो जाता है कि बैटरी किस पे चलती है. Please welcome on stage Shalini Arora Kochar, socialite and entrepreneur, to present this award. And the award for energy storage and battery tech in the individual category goes to Anup Singh, founder and director, Pronoun Solar. Please welcome him on stage with a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. Moving to the corporate category, the award for energy storage and battery tech goes to Ampere R Solar Technology Private Limited. Please welcome on stage co-founder Ayush Mishra to receive the award. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. You can take your seat.
Smart solar, stable grid. How digital infrastructure is powering India's energy future. It's now time for an insightful fireside chat with one of the leaders shaping the future of clean energy. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Sumeet Ganguly, Chief Marketing Officer, Wattpower, to the stage. With over 15 years of international experience across the United States, Europe, the Middle East, and Asia, Sumeet leads Wattpower global brand marketing and communication strategy. In conversation today, he'll share perspectives on how digital infrastructure, smart solar technologies, and innovation are, please, we'll have you on stage, and innovation are accelerating India's transition to a more resilient and sustainable energy future.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Sumeet, for gracing the occasion. We are now moving towards the end of the program, but the topic that we'll be talking about is rather important. When we say digital solar infrastructure, what does it actually mean, and how is it different from solar panels and solar technology in general?
First, I'd like to say good evening to everyone, and I promise to keep this short and sweet so you guys can get out and have some dinner. Okay, so back to your question. Essentially, the conversation over the last decade has mainly been about adding capacity and how we're planning to scale that capacity. And that's where panels actually take a central role in helping push up that capacity. And I think we are doing a pretty good job getting to our goal of 500 gigawatts in 2030. And so look, the theory of scale is definitely true, and it's happening whether we like it or not. It's growing exponentially. So that leads us to the next part of our conversation. This is where the conversation needs to start evolving and changing. And that is, we need to start looking at it and going, okay, how do we provide power to the grid that's intelligent? How can we manage it in an intelligent way? It's not about generating more power anymore, but it's about managing that power. And that is essentially where digital solar infrastructure starts taking a pivotal role in making that happen. Being able to provide energy power that is reliable, that is predictable, and that is grid compliant is what we need in the future. And of course, this is extremely important for us from a Wattpower standpoint because our key SKU at the moment is a utility scale inverter, right? And for our clients, we need to ensure that we're delivering we're maximizing uptime and we are minimizing any sort of costs that can actually be dealt with. So that's where digital solar infrastructure is starting to take a very important role, and the conversation is now shifting a little bit, right? From adding capacity to managing capacity intelligently.
But looking forward 10 years, 15 years down the line, where do you see and how do you see India dealing with solar in general?
Well, I mean, who knows, right? Because honestly, I didn't think AI was going to be, play such a pivotal role in what we are doing a couple of years ago, but here we are right now. I definitely see AI playing a massive role now in being able to provide us with, predictable analytics that actually make sense and, the sort of information that allows us to be more proactive than reactive, and that allows us to plan maintenance schedules a lot better, and not just leaving it to human fault and mistakes that could possibly happen. So I see AI playing a pivotal role. I do see grid forming starting to play an important role as well, because right now, most of the technology that we have seems to be, is grid following. And of course, who knows, maybe in 10 years, like I said, I don't know what's going to happen, but maybe there's a dystopian future where robotics starts playing a very important role in what we're doing. And who knows, we might not, that leaves room for mitigating any human error and planning a lot better.
In the previous conversation, the previous panel discussion, we were talking about the sheer scale of consumption of energy that the AI infrastructure in India today requires. So how does Watt Power come into the picture? What kind of support system, and how is Watt Power ensuring that this AI infrastructure energy requirement is dealt with and met with?
Look, like I told you, the key product that we have as a company right now is a smart string inverter, right? And what smart string inverters do is it ensures that the energy that we're pumping or that we're providing to the grid matches the requirements that are needed, provides the right frequency and the right voltage. Now, as a company, we see this growing, right? And we decided that, look, our core focus needs to be providing reliability at scale, because that is essentially what we need in the future. We need reliable power, and we want to be the guys that do it. From a product standpoint, we're very proud of our product. Our failure rates are, 0.34%, which is pretty low. So we're not bad. So again, that's in line with our core purpose of being wired for good and being able to provide reliable power when it's needed.
So beyond technology, how is Watt Power ensuring that sustainability goals are met? Beyond technology, of course.
Beyond technology. I mean, look, like I told you about the product, yes, tech is an enabler, it's great, but it's funny that you're asking me this today, because on Tuesday we're launching the Watt Power Foundation, led by Smriti Agarwal.
And a round of applause for that, yeah? There's a foundation. Yeah, a couple of lines on that as well. We would love to know that.
So essentially, we're mandated to have a certain CSR budget. And I just feel a lot of companies out there that are mandated to do that just kind of toss that money somewhere without actually caring about the impact. It's like, okay, ye karna hai, so let's just do it, right? So what we wanted to do is create a more structured way of how we place our CSR money. Plus, right? It's not just CSR money, it's a lot more. Because, look, like I told you, our purpose is being wired for good, and we genuinely live by that purpose. And we want to ensure that we actually make a proper impact on this country and for marginalized communities that need support. And, right now the foundation is focused on 4 pillars. One of them is we're focusing on health, we're focusing on women empowerment, we're focusing on education, and of course my favorite is animal welfare. As you can see, I'm wearing my little doggy socks. Because yeah, I do believe that institutions like ours need to make a positive difference to this country, and it's beyond just providing reliable energy and just giving more capacity out there. It's being, we're responsible and for being better, and yeah. So again, beyond the tech, there's a lot more that goes into it. It's our way of, it's our culture, it's our way of working, and that we just use our purpose as our North Star as we move forward.
Quite sustainable in its core sense. So we have our award winners sitting in the audience today.
Right.
We have viewers who are watching us live on the TUI app and the timesofindia.com website.
Hi, everyone.
So for maybe a 25-year-old budding entrepreneur, maybe a 20-year-old budding entrepreneur who's looking at a problem to solve in the sustainability space, could be animal welfare, could be power, could be agri-tech, for all you know. What are the key two essential requirements at an entrepreneurial level that this budding entrepreneur should dwell on and should really have in today's evolving sustainability space? And sorry, just to cut you, so the reason why I'm asking this question is because sustainability has become a pretty cool word today, right? And for good. And people are, proudly getting into this space. They want to, give back to the society. They want to build on and integrate technology and AI into the space. So, and I'm sure they're facing all sorts of problems as well. So just to, throw some light on that.
Look, I have one piece of advice, and that piece of advice is just having a core purpose with what you do, right? And it's not just, a purpose isn't just a campaign line or something that you just put up on a wall and you're like, oh yeah, here we go. It's really living that purpose through everything that you do. With the products that you create, with the way you operate and function as an organization, culturally, it's something that everyone who works with you also needs to feel. That purpose needs to be infectious, right? And having a strong purpose just gives you so much value, and it actually allows you to sleep peacefully at night, because you realize that you're actually making an impact and you are making a difference, because this is what we need in this country more than ever. We need people that are helping us move forward and having lasting impact. So to the budding entrepreneurs here, figure out your purpose, figure out why you're doing it. Do it beyond the money. I know money is important, but love what you do and figure out your purpose before you even start.
Samir, thank you for those words of wisdom, and I'm sure that the audience is going to take back a lot from this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sumir Ganguly, thank you so much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next category. The next category is sustainable mobility and EV ecosystem. The road to a cleaner tomorrow is electric, and these are the ones actually out there paving it. Please welcome on stage Mr. Manish Kumar Baheti, founder, South Asian Association of Gastronomy, to present this award. The award for sustainable mobility and EV ecosystem in the individual category goes to Sonal Garodia, co-founder Easy Fleet. Please welcome her on stage with a huge round of applause. Thank you, ma'am. Moving to the corporate category, the award for sustainable mobility and EV ecosystem goes to Trustera. Please welcome on stage Saurabh Arora, co-founder, and Madhu Reddy, co-founder Trustera, powering pre-owned EVs. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? have a joint winner in the corporate category. The award goes to Trontech Electronics Limited. To collect the award, please welcome on stage Sarabjit Singh, VP Marketing, Trontech Electronics. Can we have a round of applause, please? Take your seat.
We move on to a special recognition award for smart mobility solutions. Smart, sustainable, and shaping how India moves. This recognition is well and truly deserved. To present the special recognition for smart mobility solutions, please welcome on stage entrepreneur and philanthropist, Ms. Sanjeen Sohani. A round of applause for Ms. Sanjeen Sohani. The special recognition for smart mobility solutions goes to Event. Please welcome on stage Mr. Umang Saraugi, founder and CEO Event, to receive the award. Combining engineering expertise with advanced EV technology, Event is redefining everyday mobility through high-performance electric scooters. Its commitment to innovation, quality, and customer satisfaction is powering a greener future for India.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'll lead you here for another award. Can we please have the special, this is a special recognition again in Clean Energy Revolution. Can we please welcome on stage Mr. Devesh Garg, Chief Commercial and Sales Officer of Gunnar Renewables, to please come and receive the award. Mr. Devesh Garg, are you here? Gunnar Renewables started in 2023 with 4 employees, is now having order books of over 5,000 crores with over 1,000 employees. Gunnar has diversified in renewable energy, agri-tech, tech, manufacturing and infra across 10 group companies. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you. Ma'am, you can take your seat. Thank you so much. All right, moving on to our next category. Our next category is green finance and impact investing. कहते हैं पैसा हाथ की मैल है, माया महाठगनी, सब धन धुरी समान. But time and again we have seen that money can also do a lot of good. Please welcome on stage Dr. Vandana Vadera, author, communication and life coach, director, innovation and communication, Indian Institute of Creative Skills, to present this award. Thank you, ma'am. The award for Green Finance and Impact Investing in the individual category goes to Pradeep Kothari, owner of Pradeep Kothari Financial Services. Please put your hands together and welcome him on stage. Thank you, sir. Moving to the corporate category, the award for Green Finance and Impact Investing goes to Vertello. I would like to invite Dr. Namrata Doshi, Environmental and Social Safeguards Lead at Vertello, to receive the award. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Thank you, ma'am. You can take your seat now. Thank you so much.
And we now move on to the last award category of the day, Green Pharma and Life Sciences Initiatives of the Year. Healing people and the planet all at once. Quite the mission for our final category tonight. Please welcome on stage celebrity chef Nishant Chaube to present this award. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Nishant Chaube? The award for Green Pharma and Life Sciences Initiative of the Year in the individual category goes to Dr. Yitendra Vidyala, Founder, Director, and Chief Executive Officer, Skivit Research Technologies Private Limited. Please welcome him on stage with a huge round of applause. Moving to the corporate category, the award for Green Pharma and Life Sciences Initiatives of the Year goes to LifeCell International Private Limited. Please welcome on stage Mr. Alok Dadij, Chief Business Officer, LifeCell International Private Limited, with a huge round of applause.
Thank you, sir. You can take your seat.
All right, what an evening.
Oh my God.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to an end of the Ecopreneur Awards 2026. On behalf of everyone at Times Internet, I'd like to extend a sincere thanks to our esteemed jury, our esteemed and distinguished speakers and panelists, our valued partners, and most importantly, every nominee and winner for making this evening truly memorable.
We'd also like to once again thank our partners for this evening, our institutional partner, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, our knowledge partner, IPSOS, our special partner, GAIL and ONGC, and our partners, SECL, Amba Shakti, Toyota, Watt Power, Roca, and Hero Future Energies. A huge thank you to all of you in this room and to everyone watching us on the TOI app, the Times of India website, and across all our social handles. Genuinely, thank you for spending your evening with us. Keep tagging us with hashtag Ecopreneur Awards 2026.
And if you'd like to explore this year's winners or learn more about the awards, do visit our micro site at timesofindia.indiatimes.com/TOI/Ecopreneur-Awards.
Keep building, keep innovating, and keep choosing the planet. We will see you all again next year.
Good night and thank you for coming. Please enjoy your dinner, which is now being served outside.